Thank you for joining the webinar. Now we can start the webinar, and I am inviting the Director, Project Management and Consultant Division of Industrial Services Bureau to deliver the welcome speech.
Thank you very much, Madhavan. Good morning to all of you. Today, on behalf of Industrial Services Bureau, ISB, I would like to welcome you all to the webinar on international webinar on technological and scientific application on eco-friendly agriculture for developing countries, which is organized by ISB. I warmly welcome the panel of our national and international guest speakers. Dr. Ali Reza is the head of Department of Agriculture, University of Applied Science and Technology, Iran, and also Mr. Benedict Jardinero, the manager Digital Agriculture, International Rice Research Institute, Philippines. Mr. Luciano Rovesti, International Agronomist, Italy. Dr. Abe Pandey, Scientist, Tea Research Institute, India. And finally, Dr. Shashika Ratnaik, Senior Lecturer, University of Uvellas. I'm sorry if I wrongly pronounce your name. And I would like to welcome all the national and international participants who have joined with us today. So we are conducting this webinar at a very important time nationally and internationally. We know that the Glasgow Climate Summit is taking place and they are discussing how to reduce GHG emission. We know that agriculture is one of the main source of GHG emission. At the same time, a big debate is taking place in Sri Lanka after government decided to move to organic agriculture completely. So this is one of the important reasons for us to organize this webinar at this very important time. Before move on to other part of this seminar, I want to give a very small introductions to ISB, Industrial Services Bureau, my organization. ISB is a statutory body operating under the Provincial Council of Northwestern Province. So we are based in Kurunegala, one of the northwestern provinces in Sri Lanka. We provide an array of technical and non-technical services to wide clientele, including national, international, and development agencies, large companies, and also the government departments and ministries. During the last few years, we have extended our services to much needed climate smart agriculture and eco-friendly agriculture. So then this is also one of the reasons for us to organize this webinar. With that, I will conclude my welcome speech and hand over to the control to Mr. Madhavan, who's the moderator of this seminar, and he's one of our senior consultant and also an expert in this subject. So over to you, Madhavan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anusha. Now we can play a short video about Industrial Services Bureau. Thank you for watching the video, and I think that you would have caught a very brief information about Industrial Services Bureau. First of all, I will tell the purpose of this webinar: establish an international forum for the scientific and technological approach for eco-friendly agricultural development in the developing countries, because a lot of problems in terms of climate change, and also they are also responsible for the to mitigate the climate change effects, as well as the pollution, including the land, water, and air pollutions. So when it comes to agriculture, agriculture is contributing a lot for the pollution, as well as agriculture is the way of producing food. So the people are also, the consumers and the general public are also getting a lot of adverse effects directly or indirectly from the agricultural practices by using different types of chemicals and different types of different mistakes in the management. Therefore, we have designed this webinar in order to share a kind of an experience within different international experts, how we can manage these problems in different angles, and how we can model and how we can find a solution in order to confront the problems in the agricultural operations, agricultural production in the developing countries, mainly managing in an integrated way. Therefore, I would first introduce the presenters about this, presenters for this webinar. The first presenter is Dr. Alizira from the University of Applied Sciences and Technology of Iran, and Mr. Benedict from the International Rice Research Institute, the Philippines, and Mr. Luciano Oresti is an international agronomist and integrated pest management specialist. Dr. Abhay Pandey, who is a scientist of mycology from the Takai Tea Research Institute of India, and Dr. Sashika Ratnakar, who is an economist and a senior lecturer from the Department of Agricultural Economics from the Uva Wellassa University of India. And the schedule has been shared, and everything is according to the plan. And there's a small change I would like to indicate, that the last event will be a common discussion. It will be a kind of roundtable discussion about the presentations. So the presentation which was scheduled for me is changed into an roundtable in order to manage time, because since there are about 4 presenters, we have to manage the time. So that is the reason that we have changed, and it will be much effective if we can share. Even the participants also can interact in the discussion. So I think there is another 10 minutes to start the presentation, but we can request Dr. Ali from Iran, if he is ready to start the presentation, then we can manage the time effectively. Dr. Ali, this is over to you. And before that, I want to introduce Dr. Ali to the participants.
Yes.
Dr. Ali is from the University of Applied Sciences and Technology of Iran, and he is the head of the agricultural department of the university. And the topic of his webinar will be sustainability in agricultural ecosystem by value engineering. It's going to be a very good and very interesting subject to all of us. The value engineering, the concept of value engineering is a new thing to the agricultural sciences. Therefore, how to apply the value engineering and how the value engineering process could be used in order to model the eco-friendly agriculture will be presented by Dr. Ali. And Dr. Ali has more than 23 years of experience in various educational, research, and executive positions. He has been involved in 8 research projects and 6 study projects, and 24 student theses as a supervisor, and 4 international projects in Afghanistan, then 12 articles in international conferences, and 16 publications in scientific articles and publications of a book translated into 8 languages. So he has authored different publications and also 2 books in Persian languages. So it's a great opportunity for us and an honor for us to have Dr. Ali as the first presenter in this webinar. And I am very happy to invite Dr. Ali to start the presentation. And Dr. Ali, it's up to you. It's over to you now.
Hello.
Hello, yes, we can hear you, Dr. Ali.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And you can share the screen.
Yeah.
You can share the screen.
Yeah. Yes.
Can you share the screen? Is the access there?
Okay. I apologize if there's a problem with the quality of the internet and communication. Sound quality and microphone have always been an important challenge in conference for a speaker, and now for webinar, the problem of internet speed quality has been added to it. The title of my presentation is Sustainability in Agro Ecosystems by Value Engineering. First, I would like to thank the organizers of this webinar, Neil Lex Wanigaki, Executive Director, Industrial Services Bureau, Northwestern Province, Sri Lanka. And sincerely, my good friend, Mr. Matavan from Sri Lanka, as this webinar moderator. Secondly, thank you to everyone who participated in this webinar as a listener. All participants from around the world who may be out of time due to time difference. In some European countries, it is early morning. I hope that this series of lectures will help, although in a small way, the environmental sustainability of this planet, which is getting warmer and drier every year more than yesterday. Coinciding with this webinar, the United Nations Climate Change Conference is being held in Glasgow, Scotland, with the world leader in attempts, COP26, 1st to 12 November 2021. And at the beginning of my presentation, I would like to borrow 3 sentences from the speech of the Secretary General of the United Nations. At this conference, Antonio Guterres told leaders gathered for a major climate conference, our additions to fossil fuels is pushing humanity to the brink. We face a stark choice: either we stop it or it stops us. We are digging our own graves. The world facing imminent disaster without urgent action on the climate change, with the damage we can already see becoming unstoppable. The question is, what can we do to prevent humanity to the brink? How we can stop it, or how can we stop digging our own graves? I hope I have been able to clarify some of the problem and issue for you. Problems: how to reduce production costs, how to minimize the consumption of the agricultural inputs, and how to increase production per unit area and also prevent the degradation of the environment and natural resources. In condition of global warming, climate change, drought, and water crisis inward, and so on. But agroecosystems, or agriculture as an ecosystem, if we look at agriculture as an ecosystem, then we can use value engineering in these systematic relationships. The most important and valuable input that enters an agriculture ecosystem is water. In addition, energy and other inputs such as seeds, fertilizer, herbicides, pesticides are also considered. Most of these inputs either have high economic and environmental value, such as water, or their consumption in an agricultural ecosystem poses environmental risk. But in arid area or arid agroecosystems, less production capacity, unstable, more fragile in the face of a climate change, and the population living in this area face other problems like economic, social, etc., and so on. The planet Earth on which we live in communities is being increasingly ruptured because of human activities. Its carrying capacity is under great stress because of demographic pressure. The pressure is especially affecting the people living in the dry areas because of the marginal and regional nature of the resources they have access to. There are over 2,000 million hectares of land that have been degraded with a loss of agro biodiversity, increasing water scarcity, and increasing natural resources distraction. Sub-remise on this is the fact that the neglectful and explosive use of natural resources has set the train of a global climate change in motion. In this slide, you can see, and these slides clearly show the land use unsustainable if a small wheel for a large car or a big wheel for a small car causes an unstable system. This is an example to better understand humanity is facing nature or agriculture ecosystem if the balance between ecological capacity and exploitation is not observed. But the value engineering and the usage of in agroecosystem, a systematic value engineering is a systematic, organized approach to providing necessary function in a project at the lowest cost. Value engineering promotes the substitution of a material and methods with less expensive alternatives without sacrificing functionally. It is focused solely on the function of the various components and material rather than their physical attributes. Value engineering is also called value analysis. But how can I use value engineering on agroecosystem? I try to this with a case study on saffron. Saffron is one of the strategic plants or products in Iran. Value engineering method can be planned in agriculture ecosystem to manage input in a general and water resources in particular. Proper water management is the biggest production challenge in ecosystems moving towards drought. With a new redefinition of smart value management, its application in the production process of agriculture products can be well considered. The scientific basis of this study is based on this ecological principle. Shelford law of tolerance is a principle developed by American zoologist Victor Ernest Shelford in 1911. Shelford laws of tolerance states that an organism succeeds is based on a complex set of conditions and that each organism has a certain minimum, maximum, and optimum environmental factor or combination of factors that determine successes. According to the law of tolerance, population have optimal survival conditions with a critical, minimal, and maximal threshold. But the Liebig law of the minimum, often simply called the Liebig law, it states that growth is detected not by total resources available, but by the scarce resources, limiting factor. The law has also been applied to biological population and ecosystem models for factors such as sunlight or mineral nutrition. There are many scientific articles on various agriculture topics. For example, there are more than 11,000 searchable articles on saffron irrigation alone, and more than 1,500 of which were after 2020. Topics related to the production process of agricultural products and input or treatment used for production are much more than irrigation, and many articles can be found for each title. Therefore, there can be many factors for review and evaluation in value engineering methods in agriculture ecosystem, and economic analysis of each input or treatment in terms of cost benefit can be done using value engineering and artificial neural network software. For example, in this study, we use NeuroSolution software. But saffron, an example of use of a value engineering in a crop ecosystem, saffron production. Saffron is one of the most valuable agricultural products in the world, and Iran, the most expensive spice in the world, where about 90% of the world saffron is produced in Iran. It is a strategic agricultural products for Iran too. But due to climate change and drought condition, limited water resources, the production of these valuable products has faced problem. Reminder, one of the methods of a sustainable agricultural production in arid and semi-arid regions drought due to climate change is the use of alternative crops with a less water requirement, like medicine plants. Saffron is an example of these plants, both in terms of water requirement and adaptation to dry climate conditions. As a case study for the use of value engineering methods in the saffron production process. In this study, we review about 865 valid significant articles about various institutions and treatments related to saffron production and processing. We studied the cost and benefit of each treatment according to the ecological condition and indicator of sustainable land management. For a more detailed analysis, artificial neural network methods and neural solution software were used. In all these cases, the environmental aspects of the problem, organic or healthy production, and sustainability in production have been emphasized. We were able to increase production, increase quality, and be more stable in production while reducing consumption of input. We analyzed all the input that are effective in the saffron production process. For example, water, soil, fertilizer, saffron bulb as a seed, seedbed preparation machines, labor, and time. Almost all of these inputs are applicable to most agricultural products too. In this picture, you can see different between processing for seedbed preparing and using by machine or by others. In the production process of saffron, consumption costs are divided into parts, ecological and non-ecological. Ecological costs are related to the on-farm production process and agriculture inputs. Non-ecological costs are related to post-harvest processing and preparation for sale. In reducing ecological costs by using the natural capacity of the land, natural ecological potential of the land, by using the rules of lava minimum Liebig, Shelford, and lava tolerance, we meet the real needs of the plant. Effective treatments and input. Important and effective treatment and input in this study in terms of a cost benefit are categorized as follows. Water resources management and irrigation, soil fertility management, crop management, manpower management, and selection of suitable of saffron bulb. For water resources management and irrigation, accurate estimation of a water requirement and proper irrigation times considered, and for soil fertility management, accurate estimation of fertilizer needs and appropriate fertilization times is considered. Crop management, accurate estimated of a plant pest and diseases control for saffron and weed control too. Manpower management, attention to the proper mechanization of saffron production and processing need. Selection of suitable of saffron bulb as a seed, quality, size, quantity, harvesting time, planting time as a criteria for evaluated effective treatment. After performing a statistical analysis for each item and a cost-benefit evaluation, in general, according to the obtained result, we can reduce cost by 235% in ecological items like water management or soil fertility management and crop management. And in a non-ecological item, by modifying in production process and reduce cost, we can 25% in non-ecological items. Most of them is manpower management and labor. If we're paying attention to the size and potentially in a saffron bulb, in this picture, you can see some bulb of the saffron is not suitable for planting and diseases. And manpower management in the saffron farm. In this picture, you can see a lot of people in harvesting saffron flowers. And in the end, thank you so much for your attention. And if you need a certificate, please email your name and country exactly half an hour after the end of the webinar to asiaecosystem@gmail.com. Finally, thank you so much for your Mr. Matawa and his teams in Sri Lanka for arranging this webinar. And I'm so happy can participate in this webinar as a presentation. And if any question, I'm hope can answer your question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. And thank you so much for the participants. We almost got 58 participants now from different countries. Dr. Ali has presented the value engineering for the eco-friendly agriculture, and he has presented different aspects and different theories and practice. You can ask any questions, and we have about another 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Since we started 10 minutes early, you can have more time to ask questions, and the discussion is open.
I try to finish sooner than the usual time because I think discussion and question is more better than self-presentation. And I hope if there is any question about every kind of this presentation, I'm so happy. But if it's not possible for you answer question, you can email me, and I hope I can share my knowledge about this presentation with you.
Yes,
Yes,
thank you, Dr. Ali.
Good morning.
Yes, Mr. Chandrakumar.
Yes, good morning, sir. First of all, I'm very thankful to the ISB and team to organize this webinar. And actually, I'm really one of the LLB, low degree holder, but I have a good experience with agriculture because of I'm a farmer from my family from farmer, as well as I'm the one of the trainer, and I work with the NGO side. So, sir, that's a one small questions, but I hope that would be very helpful for all. So you mentioned regarding the non-ecological product. And could you please little bit elaborate, sir, this, because of that nowadays Sri Lanka is all the farmers are facing the difficulties to getting the fertilizers. So I hope that would be very helpful if you little bit elaborate that things. Non-ecological products.
Yeah, in the criteria for evaluation in non-ecological items, I mean about the after harvesting saffron, we processing and getting ready for sales. There is a lot of like tea. If we compare saffron and tea with each other, you can understand the difference between before harvesting and after harvesting. A non-ecological related to the after harvesting is saffron, and we must dry it, and it's a packaging and ready for processing, and like a powder or different kind of a negin, sargol, and pushal is a different kind of a saffron. And for criteria of evaluation, non-ecological criteria, we must cost of labor and manpower, cost in the processing process. And for example, if we can use for some of machines for selecting the flowers for better than labor, or if with use drying machine is more better than using without drying machine, is and different between kind of drying machines. For example, if we use the power or energy usage for a drying machine is more important for reducing cost of processing of a saffron flower too. And but in ecological items, we emphasize on water, fertilizer, and pesticides, because the usage of this pesticides and herbicides reduce the valuable of a saffron, and is according to the standard ISO 3632, the usage of chemical manure and pesticides or herbicides is reduce the quality of saffron. And with usage of agronomy methods or farming methods, we can manage the high quality of saffron.
5 minutes சொல்லிங்க ஆகுது ஓகே சரி மேகதா அடுத்த presentation 5 to 10 minutes சொல்லிங்க
I hope I can answer your question, and if any question.
Yes, sir. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. And
You're welcome.
saffron is the major crop in Iran, and you are dominating the world market, and very happy. And I also got a small pack of saffron when we met a few years back from you. Yeah, and I enjoyed that a lot. And I also have a question, because when it comes to saffron, it may need a lot of agronomical practices and also a lot of value chain. So how can you manage this value chain development of saffron in terms of value engineering in an efficient way? Because here in Sri Lanka, we are having different crops like coconut and also tea. But for the coconut, of course, we are cultivating the coconut among the plantation companies and also the smallholders. So which model you are having for saffron? Do you also have the smallholder farmers as well as the plantation companies? And if it comes to smallholders, how do you manage the value chain in an efficient way? I just want to know for the model.
Yeah, I think you mean the how method of value engineering we can use for some products in Sri Lanka or for saffron.
Yeah, because in Sri Lanka we are having different crops, but in Iran you are having saffron. But when it comes to saffron, you must be having the cultivation among the smallholder farmers.
Yeah.
The small farmers. Yeah.
But
so can you apply the concept of value engineering for the development of the value chain of the saffron cultivation among the smallholders?
Yeah, in the with using a value engineering, we try to reduce the cost of producing of saffron, because there is a lot of research about saffron, like other plants, about usage of fertilizers, usage irrigation, soil and times of planting. And there's a lot of research. For example, just for irrigation, more than 11,000 research has about how irrigation saffron. But how we can use this, a lot of research for saffron or other products. I'm sure there's a lot of research for all products, all agriculture products. But the usage of research in practical is the big problem for farmers, because evaluation of this research or result of this research for usage in agronomy or farming is the biggest problem. How we can use the result of research in the field? We can use by value engineering, evaluation and usage of artificial neural network as a software for how use the result of research for the reduce of a cost of production of saffron or other products. This is a method we can use for all agriculture products about usage the result of research and reduce the cost of production and merge of all these results with each other, because there's a lot of research with most results about the difference sometimes is opposite each other results, and with two methods: first, value engineering; second, artificial neural network, we can usage of these results in the reduced cost of production, not only for saffron, but also for every agricultural product too.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. And we
You're
also have
welcome.
another 5 minutes more to have some more questions from the participants.
Dr. Ali, I'm Anusha from ISB. Thank you very much for doing a very nice presentation. As Madhavan mentioned, the value engineering is a little bit new subject for us. So we have conducted many value chain studies and also some money for value analysis. So as I understood, the value engineering is techniques that can be used to improve the value of a product or service. So then we can improve the value by reducing the cost as well as improving the benefit. So then, so what I'm going to ask you, so what, because in your presentation you told us, so cost benefit analysis is one of the main tools we can use in value engineering. But I would like to know what are the other tools we can use in value engineering, especially in agriculture, and also when we are going to conduct this kind of value engineering work, so what kind of challenges, what kind of common challenges we are going to face? Thank you.
Yeah. The challenges of for the usage of cost and benefits in the value engineering usage for agricultural ecosystems is different environmental, and there is a lot of items or criteria affecting on agriculture ecosystems. For example, just for saffron, we more than 12 criteria is effective on quality and quantity of saffron, that every one of these 12 divided in different condition. For example, times, area, and sea surface evaluation is analysis of result and getting a good result for this or suggestion of a result, this research for other area or other condition may be not suitable. This is the biggest challenge for this study is it's not suitable for all area, because for every product and every area needs usage of evaluation and this criteria for for that product too.
Thank
Okay.
you, Dr. Lee. Thank you. And we have another 2 minutes, 2 to 3 minutes more to have another question.
Okay.
I think there are no more questions. There's a hand. I could see one participant is raising their hand.
This is the flower of saffron, and these days is the times of harvesting the flower of saffron. This picture is related last week. This picture is related to last week in the Sarkhis fields. I take it this picture.
Okay. It's very nice. And just for the knowledge, and what would be the cost of production when it comes to if you apply the value engineering up to now, because the value engineering is a different combination of different concepts and techniques. But according to your experience by now, what is the difference and what is the cost of production for an acre of saffron? So you can economically, how much you can, what is the economical gain according to your experience?
Yeah, it's according to this study, we can reduce 35% of a cost in hectare for in a farm activities. For example, waters, pesticides, and soil fertilizers, and we can reduce 25% in processing of saffron after harvesting, and with this, for like every agriculture products competitions, the price is very important for getting the market of the world, and the price of saffron in Iran less than $1,000 per kilogram, but in the world I think is more than between $2,000 to $8,000 per kilograms, or $2 to $8 for 1 gram of saffron. And if we can reduce the cost of products, we can get the market better than other countries like India, like Italy, Spanish, Morocco is very important for this challenge.
That's very interesting because about the prices, when it comes to the prices, of course, if it is $1,000 in Sri Lankan rupees, it's about now 250,000 Sri Lankan rupees. Because when I checked
Yeah.
Saffron a few days back in the internet, it's about, I would say, uh, 1,000, $12,000. So it is very
Yeah,
expensive.
yeah, it's more expensive, but the quality is different. The quality of saffron in
Yeah.
Iran is when it says
Yeah.
$1,000 is number one quality, but in the quality you other countries is number 2 or 3, and this is difference between two. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And
Final, there is some question in a message, but unfortunately, no, it is. And for example, some people ask what type of climate condition is suitable for saffron production. Saffron is a need arid and semi-arid climates, and we produce saffron in the area less than 300 millimeter per year rainfall, and it's very suitable for arid land, but it's not suitable for climate like Sri Lanka because too humid, too rainy, and too hot. That's not suitable for climates like Sri Lanka or India. But in arid climates or semi-arid is very nice. It's need hot summer and cold winter.
okay, okay, clear. So thank you so much, Dr. Ali,
You're
for your
welcome,
time
and thank you
for
so
your
much for
valuable
uh,
contribution in this webinar and
people that-
also sharing your knowledge and experience. And I know that you are working a lot. You have traveled to different countries for different projects, and even you also visited Sri Lanka. Uh, so you also know the condition of Sri Lanka and the difference, the geographical and the agronomical difference between Sri Lanka and Iran. And even in Sri Lanka, some areas are very dry. So even in the future, we will definitely need your contribution to share some knowledge, and also we can share our knowledge and experiences in this way. So looking forward to have a very good interaction with you. And so much, thank you so much again. And it's an honor for us to have you as one of the speakers in this webinar, Dr. Ali. So we can move to the next. Thank you so much, Dr. Ali.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're welcome.
We will move to the next presentation. The next presenter is Mr. Benedict Giardinero. He is the manager of digital agriculture and deputy lead of digital tools and big data at the research unit of the International Rice Research Institute of the Philippines. And let me introduce Benny first. Benny is a citizen of the Philippines, and he is having more than 10 years of combined experience in crop production, crop research, and digital agriculture innovations. He has a bachelor's degree in agriculture from the University of Philippines, Los Banos, and currently on his final year in his graduate study in master's in development management and governance from the same university. In 2015, he took a key role in the wide-scale development of Rice Crop Manager Advisory Service platform, as well as in the institutionalization and the governance from the transition of the platform from International Rice Research Institute to the Philippine Department of Agriculture. And we are very happy to invite Mr. Benedict. So, for this presentation, and since he is engaged in his official work at this time, at this moment, we will play the record of the video, but after the video, he will join for the presentation. He will be live for the presentation, for the discussion, but for the presentation will be a video recording, so we can play the video now.
Thank you, Mataban. Actually, I'm already live here, but my worries is about my internet connection. So
Okay, yeah.
I would
So I
suggest
can-
you still play the video, but I will be available anytime there are questions or during the
Okay,
discussion.
Benny. Okay, Benny. And we will play the video now. I am requesting our IT manager of ISB to play the video.
Hi, good morning, everyone. And thank you for this opportunity to share with you about the work that we do at the International Rice Research Institute. I will particularly share with you the work that we do in digital agriculture space, and I'll present to you a specific case about the Rice Crop Manager Advisory Service. So this is a digital agriculture tool that can help increase yield and income of smallholder rice farmers. And I'm Benedict Cardinero. I'm from the Philippines, from the Erie headquarters. And I hope you all learned something from it. And if you have some questions later on, please feel free to ask away. Okay. And for this specific presentation, I will be going through the background of digital agriculture and the specific things that we do at Erie, and also a more specific case about Rice Crop Manager Advisory Service. First, about the background and why do we look at digital, even in agriculture, why are we talking about digital agriculture? If you can see in this figure, in this chart, you can see from the 1990s up to late 2015, we can see a rapid increase in the penetration of digital technologies, especially the mobile phones. This red one is for the mobile phone. This is rapidly increasing in terms of the number of population or the percentage of the population using these types of technology, even surpassing previously established technologies like improved water, like electricity, even some other innovations in the education sector. So there's a big opportunity here to utilize this digital space in the things that we do in agriculture extension. And when we talk about agriculture applications, about of digital tools or even ICT or information communications and technology, we can see a lot of different tools available there and a lot of different applications. Like for example, telephone, there's the IVR, our interactive voice response, where farmers can be guided or provided with advisories through simple press of a button in the mobile phone. And then there are, of course, computers and websites. For example, the one that I'll be presenting to you later on is using web-based application, also Android-based. There's also broadcasting through TV or radio and satellite and even the mobile and the internet. And all these things we can utilize or we can see potentials for utilizing these tools in making sure that knowledge in science and agriculture science can reach farmers, can reach the intended beneficiaries. Okay, and when we digitize agriculture, when we digitize agriculture science, when we use the digital tools, we can look at different parts of the value chain. Like we can look at planning, inputs, the actual production, the post-harvest, and even the access to market. And from the different components or aspects, we can look at data collection. It could be mapping, it could be information about seeds, fertilizers, inventories of important farm inputs, even machineries actually. And for the production, the actual practices, the actual decision support tools. And there are also the aspect of transactions. This could include insurances. This could include access to loans, access to capitalization. And an important part also is the information exchange. service delivery, extension delivery, even having information about the market prices, that there's a potential to digitize these things as part of the value chain. And of course, this one is risk management. So one of the things here is traceability, making sure that the product that the market or the consumers are receiving or buying, they are confident about where it came from, about the specific chemicals or the specific things that were used. So there's those opportunities to really digitize that and make sure that the information can be delivered, the risk can be reduced, can be managed. So these things are very, very. I'm just showing here this one because I want you to understand. I want you to imagine the how broad, how large the opportunity is for digitizing the agriculture value chain. Okay, so this is basically some backgrounds about digital agriculture, and as we go along this presentation, I will be showing you some specific things like what we are doing at IRI. Let me share with you that the RISE Research for Development, we are looking at technologies for impact, and this involves digital agriculture. So this same pattern is looking at how to digitize the whole agriculture value chain. And there are some cross-cutting operations, like for example, for planning and the inputs, we can look at satellite information. We have the Philippine Rice Information System for the Philippines. It's using remote sensing technology. Also, Automon, this is using Internet of Things or sensors for water management. There's also drone precision monitoring. This is more on the actual field scenario, actual events happening in the field. And all this technology, all these applications are providing real-time data. Okay. There's also this thing, though this is still under research. This is like an Uber-like mechanization options for farmers to understand, to get information about how they can access services for, let's say, harvest machineries like combine harvesters. So this is something that's being studied right now, how this can be, actually this is being piloted, and how this can be scaled so more farmers can be able to benefit from using these types of platform. And then there's also things that are more on advisories, like for example, Prime. This is a project about pest and disease advisories. This is using remote sensing technologies as well, and it develops information that can be transformed into advisory, so that farmers will be rich with information about how they can manage the pests, or even how can they prevent pest infestations. And WeRice, this is more on weather rice, or this is about weather information, crop management advices for rain-fed rice farms. And also Rice Crop Manager, or RCM, I will be presenting this in details more. This is farm or field-specific nutrient and crop management recommendations that the farmers can follow throughout the whole cropping cycle. So they can be guided what types of fertilizers to apply, when to apply them, how much to apply, and even the other relevant crop management practices that will help boost the farmer's yield and income. And all these things, all this information, these are capturing real-time data, and at the same time, this information can be pushed to farmers. They can receive information either through different means. Actually, they can receive it through printouts, or if a farmer has a mobile phone, the farmer can even receive SMS advisories or short messaging service advisories, so that they will receive information that are useful for their decision making in their fields. Okay, and I will be specifically talking about Rice Crop Manager Advisory Service, because this one is not only a technology that was developed and piloted and seen that evaluated that it's really benefiting farmer. But also this is a scaled technology, meaning it reached a lot of farmers already. We're talking about almost actually millions of farmers, more than 1 million farmers are already reached in the Philippines, and we also have something in India, a smaller scale, but this is something that is already that already shown that it can benefit or that it benefited farmers. Okay, so this is the link for this rice crop manager advisory service for the Philippines, and this is already transitioned to the Department of Agriculture. Okay, so when a user go to the URL or the website, there's this login page. So a specific trained users, registered and trained users, they have their own access or credentials. They will need their username and password to log in, or otherwise they can register and create their own login credentials. But the important thing is that they will have to be trained how to use this, how to become the intermediaries for farmers to receive information from the system. Okay. Actually, starting July 16, 2021, this is already operational within the Department of Agriculture. So this is already a transition, not only a skilled application, but a transition application from ERI to the Department of Agriculture. Okay. So these are the processes. First, after the user already has his or her login credentials, he or she can already log into to the account or to the platform, and in that platform, the user can register farmers. So the information about the farmer, about the farm lot, and after that, the farm lot can also be geo-referenced using a simple handheld GPS device. So the area can be calculated, can be geo-referenced in terms of knowing where the correct boundaries are, where the specific locations or specific location of the field is. So these are useful information for subsequent operations, like farmers with verified farm lots or a measured farm lot can already be provided with an ID card. So an identification that the farmer is really a farmer, at the same time has a field that he or she is tilling. Okay, and then another part of the process is the actual interview. This is a seasonal interview. The first one is just a registration, while this number 3 is a seasonal interview. So every cropping season, a farmer is being interviewed by the RCM user. In most cases, these are intermediaries or agriculture extension workers, and they interview farmers on a seasonal basis to get information about the field, about the actual inputs, like what the farmer will be planting, what is the specific sowing date, or when will the farmer plant, what are some of the characteristics of the fields or anticipated scenarios in the field. And this information gathered during this interview will be utilized to calculate recommendations, like what will be the target yield, how much fertilizer would be needed to reach that yield, when to apply those fertilizer, and also some other crop management recommendations to further help the farmer manage the field. And this information, this recommendation can be generated in a matter of seconds. After the interview, the user just submits the answers, and then in the cloud, this will be calculated, and the recommendations can be downloaded and printed. So this can be provided to farmers as a printout. So a farmer can have this printout even before the cropping season or before the crop establishment date, so that all the operations can be guided. And of course, if a farmer has a mobile phone and agrees to receive information from the system, the farmer will be receiving reminders when to apply the application. Usually it's 2 and 5 days before the actual dates of application. The farmer will be receiving, you'll have to apply this much of this type of fertilizer for your specific field. So if farmer has more than one field, the farmer can be receiving more than one advisory or one recommendation. Okay. And after the end of the season, there are also the monitoring of farmers' uptake. So this is in order to understand how many of the farmers really follow the recommendations, and when they follow, what did they benefit from it? Did they really increase their yield or their income? So these things are being done so that there's an understanding about the usefulness of this application during the actual large-scale deployment. And all these processes are collecting data, and this data are very rich in terms of information about the user, about the farmer, and about the field. And these are kept in a secure database, and this information are being used for analytics and reporting so that agriculture interventions can be guided. Let's say information about why farmers are not able to follow a certain amount or apply a certain amount of recommendation of fertilizer could be because they lack finances or they lack capital for buying these inputs. Then if this is available as an analytics, as a report, this is being utilized as a support, as a data for the decision making or for the next interventions like subsidizing fertilizer for the farmer. So, and this is happening in the Philippines actually. Our data in RCM is being utilized in another program, which is a rice resiliency program, which is providing fertilizers to farmers because we have the data about what farmers are applying or what farmers are even getting as a yield. Then this information are being fed into another intervention. Okay, so this is a good thing about digital agriculture. You are getting data, and the data can be recycled, be used into more interventions, into more useful activities for farmers. Okay, and one of the things here I mentioned earlier about georeferencing or about registration of the farmers. So I think this is up as of July, so this is already increased after July. The farmers are being registered. The farmland are being profiled. So this information are being saved in the database, and information about the farmer and farmland that are useful for the recommendation are already saved, and this is already generating ID numbers also. And the ID numbers are being used for the next activity, which is georeferencing. So again, I mentioned earlier about the use of simple handheld GPS device. This is used to measure the farmland. And the information from these two activities, first the registration and the georeferencing, this is generating data about the rice farms and also the map, the georeference information. So these are already being mapped in the same platform, in the Rice Crop Manager Advisory Service platform. These are already available there. It's a map of measured farmlands, registered and measured farmlands, and extension agents can already utilize this information in a lot of their activities in extension. Okay, I mentioned about so this is 2021, but still until July. Almost 112,000 fields were georeferenced, and this is equivalent to 75,000 hectares. Okay, so this is already a lot of hectareage nationwide, and a lot of our regional partners are also doing more. So this is expected to increase further. Okay, so this is just an example of a dashboard. So this is me. I'm a user. A registered user, and when I log into my account, I can see the dashboard of the information about the farmers registered in certain location. And this is how I can either add more farmers, register more farmers and farmland, and also for the registered farmers, if they are not yet provided with recommendations, I can just click in this farmer card and then provide them with recommendations through the interview of RCM. Okay. So this is a specific or example of an information about the farm lot. So this is what we register about the farm lot. There are ID numbers that are generated during the registration. And also, this farm lot is already a georeference, meaning the farm lot has been measured already, and the GPS track is already uploaded in the system and it can already be mapped. So the actual location of the farm lot can be seen. The actual measurement, like for example, when the farmer was registered before, the farmers mentioned that it's only 7,000 square meters or 0.7 hectares, but upon actual measurement, it's more than that. It's 7,213 square meters or 0.72 hectares. And that could be used for calculating a more accurate amount of fertilizers. Okay. So this is for the RCM recommendation. So again, I mentioned earlier that a farmer may be receiving a printout. So after the recommendation is calculated, this recommendation can already be downloaded. And of course, one thing is that this is one of the users, one of the trained users, she's explaining the content of the recommendation to the farmer, because not only is the recommendation important to be provided to the farmers, a more important thing is that the farmer understand what is in that recommendation. So it's part of their training to explain what is in the recommendations that the farmers are receiving. And so that's a question. What is the recommendations there or the contents? So one of the things there is nutrient management. So there's this table about what are the right sorts of fertilizers that the farmer should apply. What's the right timing? When is the best time to apply these fertilizers and in what amount? Okay, so 3 rights: right source, right timing, and right amount. And also some crop management practices like for direct seeded rice, seed rate, and also some crop protection advisories and water use advice. And these things are all coming from or based on site-specific nutrient management, which is a science developed these are the things that can help farmers manage their crop and boost their and hopefully income. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that's a scale technology. So since 2014, by the way, large-scale deployment started in 2014, and by 2021, more than 2.6 million recommendations, the printouts were already generated, reaching more than or reaching about 1.4 million rice farmers in the country. So this is already being scaled at a nationwide level, and more than 1 million farmers already receiving these advices or advisories. Okay, and of course, before the actual deployment, this technology was field tested, and what we've seen is it works in both rain-fed and irrigated rice. It helps increase grain yield per hectare, and also it can help increase an added income, increase the income of farmer per hectare. It's around $106 per hectare per cropping season. So this is through research. This is through field testing before the actual deployment. And when it was deployed in 2019, there was this third-party evaluation, third-party monitoring evaluation, and what we found out is around 58% of farmers, or around 6 out of 10 farmers who received the recommendations said that they followed most of the recommendations. They followed either the timing, the rate of application, the actual sources of fertilizer, or even the other crop management practice, or even everything. So this is already the summary of the total of those farmers who received recommendations and followed. Okay, so with that 58% of farmer adopters, we've also seen an increase in their income per hectare per season. So their income has increased to about 330 US dollars more per hectare. So this is compared to non-RCM farmers. So we can see that this is really benefiting farmers in terms of not only in research, but also in the actual deployment. We've seen these figures already benefiting, showing that there's a benefit to our smallholder farmers. Okay. And yeah, I think that's my last slide. And if ever you have some questions, please feel free to ask. I'll try my best to provide you some answers or clarification, whatever is needed. So yeah, thank you again for this opportunity to share with you this technology that we are confident are really benefiting our smallholder rice farmers. Okay, again, I'm Benedict Cardinero, and I'm from the Digital Tools and Big Data Research Unit of IRRI. A pleasant afternoon to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benny. Thank you, Benny, for your excellent presentation. And your presentation is also a part of the value engineering. And we are having different ideas from different professionals like you, Dr. Ali, and also the next presenters. And it's really interesting and it's very useful and very applicable. I am requesting the participants to ask some questions.
Yeah, so very good morning.
Good morning, sir. Very happy to
Good
see
morning.
you.
Thank you, Madhavaji, and I appreciate you for conducting such kind of a webinar, International Agriculture Application. I would like to ask you a small question in this Benedict presentation, sir. Sir, in this terms of remote sensing GIS application in agriculture allied sector, normally in Indian context, you say they are unable to get some sort of alertness whenever they are going to get some sort of disasters, especially in the rain-fed areas, where in ICRISAT in Hyderabad, in India, still they are operating, but they are unable to get. Is there any chances to get such kind of technology intervention from your respective country, like the Philippines? Thank you.
Actually, from IRRI, I think, by the way, thank you for that question. With regards to the remote sensing technology, which is also utilizing GIS. There's already an existing, for the Philippine context, there's already an existing project or even a product that we have already transitioned to the Department of Agriculture that we call PRISM, or Philippine Rice Information System. It uses remote sensing to map out areas, planted areas, and also those that are affected by disasters like flooding or even drought. And then actually, even before, there's also something for the South Asia, South Asia and Southeast Asia. We call it RICE, RIICE. This thing is also utilizing remote sensing technology and connecting it with insurance providers. Because, you know, when we talk about identifying locations with problems of disasters like there are droughts and affecting the production of the farmers, these things can be, or these areas can be subject to crop insurance, and that's already a project that was conducted before, though it wasn't continued. I think it's related to the funding, but that's very much possible. And I think with regards to exploring for specific geographies, like for example for India, we can definitely talk about it, and let's see if we can push through with or have some progress on that area. But yeah, that's possible. The Philippines is already has already been a partner, and they have already the product. They are already managing that, and we are looking at other geographies because it's also useful for other countries.
Thank you.
And thank you very much, Koteswar Rao sir and Benny. I also would like to add you an information because International Rice Research Institute is a part of the CGIAR. I will show you. I think now you can see the web page. This is the CGIAR. That is the international. That is the consultative group for international agriculture research, and the research centers are there. And in Hyderabad, you are having ICRISAT. ICRISAT is one of the member institutes of CGIAR, and likewise, IRRI is also coming under the CGIAR network. So you can directly, definitely have a collaboration with IRRI and ICRISAT, International Crop Research Institute, for semi-arid tropics, and you are working very closely, sir.
Yes.
The National Institute of Small and Medium Enterprises. So you can definitely have a very good technical collaboration with IRRI and ICRISAT for this, to solve this issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Madhavanji.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you for giving valuable information.
And may I ask some more participants to ask your questions if you have any doubts or if you want any information? Any more participants to ask any questions?
Mathavan, I think there's there was a question, a direct message to me in the chat box. So
Okay,
course,
okay, okay.
the question is about whether this platform is still managed by IRRI and whether rice farmers from Sri Lanka can join or can utilize. I'm thinking and utilize the same application. Actually, the platform was developed by IRRI, and what we do is we tailor fit it to specific conditions of different countries. Like for example, the Philippines, we are looking at more on field-specific recommendations. For other countries, let's say Indonesia, that's more on domain specific or more on clustered farms. That's working more for them. And then for Sri Lanka, I think we already have a prototype for that, but it's not operational yet. One thing that we did for that is first the demand. Of course, farmers would be benefiting from it, from a tested product, and the partnership, because we can develop the product, but with regards to the deployment, because after piloting, we really need that to make sure that it's reaching farmers. So we need farmers, partners, extension partners, like for example, the Department of Agriculture in your country, in Sri Lanka, so that this type of product can reach farmers. So that's an important part of this, because it's not only about the technology, but making sure that it is in the hands of the farmers or the rice farmers. So yeah, first, if there's a demand and if there's a potential partnership, we can definitely talk about it. I think there's already some, as I mentioned, there's already a prototype for Sri Lanka, and actually there are some already information. This is already based on some information that were shared by scientists from RRDI, or Rice Research Development Institute, and yeah, it can be definitely be developed into a prototype that can be made operational.
Thank you, Benny. And any more questions? I have a question, Benny. You started this application in 2014, and it's almost 6-7 years now, and it has evolved, and it reached to more than, I think, 1.3 million farmers you showed in your presentation. What are the challenges you faced when you introduced this app? Because of course, there are certain technical challenges, and when it comes to the outreach, because you need this app to be promoted to the extension workers, and you also need a lot of information to be fed from the extension workers. So what are the challenges you faced when you introduced this app? Still, you must be facing some challenges.
Yeah, I think this is a very important question because this is not all things positive. There are always challenges to not only developing a technology, but making sure that the technology is being scaled and being utilized by intended users or beneficiaries. So, one of the biggest challenge or the earlier challenge is about the technical part, because the science, the contents, the recommendations based on the science of site-specific nutrient management. This is more on in terms of developing crop management recommendation or even a fertilizer recommendation. This is utilizing an approach which is looking at demand, crop demand, while most of us, even in college, even those who graduated or still studying agriculture, we are trained to look at supply, like soil sampling. By doing soil sampling, we are looking at the supply available in the soil. Sometimes disregarding what are the other available things from other sources. So with regards to RCM, we are using the principles of site-specific nutrient management. So it's more holistic. So that's one thing. So it has to, there's a lot of debates before, and there's a lot of discussions about how to proceed, but then it still moved forward because it was tested. It was field tested. Actually, the deployment was conducted in 2014, but research is way before that time. In 2013, a lot of trials were conducted in different locations across the country, and when the data came in and it's really working, there came the time that the decision was to scale it up. And now we're talking about another challenge about scaling up. The initial intention of developing this product, when you think about digital agriculture, you think about farmers directly accessing information, let's say from the cloud or from the internet. But then if you look at it on a realistic basis, you'll see that not a lot of farmers have access to internet, even cell phones, even computers. That's why you need to redesign the process, you redesign it and make sure that other actors come in and play a role, like intermediaries, like extension workers, because they can be the ones who can connect the farmers with this technology or use the technology to deliver information to farmers. And again, there's also a challenge about having gadgets, having devices, having capacity to utilize the platform. So the project is not only about developing the technology, but also about capacitating or increasing the capacity of different actors involved. So we had a number of training of trainers, even not only about the technology, but the science behind the technology. And it took a long time because there's a lot of extension workers in the country. And each year we only cover a number of them because of budget constraint as well. And also the gadgets. If you have, let's say you have 5 extension workers in a municipality or in a location, but then the gadgets that's available is only 1 or 2, then you have a problem with what will be used by the other 3, right? So those are the things that were needed to be funded, to be provided with resources. Another thing is the institutionalization, because I mentioned in the presentation that we have already transitioned it to the Department of Agriculture, and it took us around 3 years to make sure that the Department of Agriculture is ready, is capable in terms of skills, in terms of resources, in terms of number of workforce or manpower or staffing, so that there will be dedicated staff to handle the operation and management of this application and make sure that this is accessible to the users in the ground. So those are some of the challenges that we have faced, and we tried to address and handle to make sure that things will go as smoothly as much as possible as we want. But of course, there's a lot more things. Like for example, we aim that this technology will not only be an isolated technology. We are looking right now, we are looking at how this can interoperate with other platforms that are available, whether it's digital or not non-digital, as long as the information can be, or the technology can be connected, linked, or integrated or interoperable with these other platforms, so that more information, more advisories will be delivered to farmers. And that poses a lot of challenge because we are now working with different programs, with different projects, which is a little bit different from before when we are just doing it by ourselves. So yeah, every step of the way there are challenges, but I think with partnership, one of the most important thing here is a partnership building, so that things will be possible, and making sure that with the partners there are champions there, like the ones who are capable of making decisions and mobilizing resources. So yeah, I think that's one of the things to make sure that these challenges are being addressed.
Thank you so much, Benny. I also have another question that is on, you have mentioned that there's an option like the Uber-like mechanism. So for which purpose you are using this Uber-like mechanism in this app?
This is still under, this is a different technology being developed by IRRI. This is still being piloted. One of the things that we want in rice production or in any crop production, we want to minimize cost. And I know that, or I'm presuming that a lot of us know here that the number one or the highest cost in crop production is labor cost. That's why we are always looking at how can we make things more efficient? How can we utilize some form of machineries to reduce this labor cost? Because it's really cheaper to mechanize. But then with regards to mechanization in smallholder rice farmers or farms, there's a challenge about how they can access these types of technology, types of machineries. For example, in rice, it's really still a challenge in the Philippines about how farmers can have access to combine harvester. And combine harvester has been there for a long time. It's just a challenge that there's a gap between the inventory of combine harvester and the knowledge, the information that's coming to the farmers. But if we have the platform like this, an Uber type network or exchange of information, like a farmer can just look at a certain dashboard, okay, or a certain group of farmers. There is this available machinery here in this location, a few kilometers away, and this available in the next 2 weeks. So they can program a number of hectareage to be harvested. So that's how it's working now. And I know for sure it's going after harvesting. There are a lot of potential use also. Like for example, one of the things is mechanical transplanters or even land preparation machineries, and even drone for drone spraying or pesticide application. These things can be added there once it's already a working model. There's already a working model. So this is what we're looking at with this easy harvest. Right now it's easy harvest because we're just looking at we're still looking at combine harvester, but later on it will cover some more machineries.
Thank you, Benny. Very, very good concept and very good, really very interesting engineering when it comes to this Uber-like mechanism, because when it comes to the, as you told that this is again another part of the value chain and also the value engineering, because to get the information about the different service providers, particularly the mechanized equipment and also some market actors. So this Uber-like mechanism have to be, it has to be implemented. It has to be incorporated in the mobile phone technology. And I'm very happy that it is already in practice. So we can definitely have some kind of initiative in building up a kind of an app for this value chain development, and also to get the information about different value chain actors. Thank you so much, Benny. And if there are any more questions, we can continue from the participants.
Yeah. By the way, Mathavan, are you going to share this the presentations to our participants? Is
Yes,
it-
it's been recorded and we are
Ah.
recording all the presentation.
Yeah.
So we will be sharing once the presentation is, once the webinar is over, we will immediately after that we will be sharing everything. And we will be having the evening session also after the evening session. So the final session will be a kind of an round table. So we can have a collective discussion
Yeah.
on certain aspects. So how we can incorporate all of our specializations and all of the concepts you have presented and solve certain problems. So we can have a discussion in the evening.
Yeah, because I left my email in the last slide. So if ever there are some more questions later on, you can just people can just email me. I would be glad. I would be happy to answer or to respond back. So
Yes, definitely. If there's no more questions, we can wind up this session, the morning session. And the afternoon session will start at 12:45. Sorry, that will be at 1:45 p.m. So there is another 1 hour and 15 minutes more. 1:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time, that is the Indian Standard Time. So I am also kindly inviting all the participants to join the evening session, because evening session also there are another 3 presenters from different countries. And also I'm requesting you to share the link to your friends and also your fellow workers. So we can wind up this session now. Thank you so much to Dr. Ali and Benny and all of the participants who joined and who have contributed to make this morning session fruitful. So we can again meet in the evening in another 1 hour, 15 minutes time. Thank you, Dr. Ali, and thank you, Benny. Thank you, all of you.
thank
Thank
you.
you, Kolit,
Thank you, everyone.
sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Madhavanji.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ali.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Good evening to all of you. We can start in another 5 to 10 minutes time because I also asked the next speaker, Mr. Luciano, and because we have to wait till the participants number go to around 20. I think we can start the evening session of the webinar. Good afternoon to everyone. Now we can move on to the evening session of the international webinar on technological and scientific applications on eco-friendly agriculture for developing countries. The evening sessions will be presented by Mr. Luciano Rovesti, Dr. Abhay Pandey, and Dr. Sashika Ratnaik. Now the session will be presented by Mr. Luciano Rovesti, and I will give a brief introduction about Mr. Luciano. Mr. Luciano Rovesti holds an advanced degree in agriculture from the University of Bologna in Italy, with a major in crop production and protection. He currently works as a freelance consultant, and his professional career has developed across various agricultural sectors, including research, development, and corporate business. The focus of this activity has been on crop protection, especially on integrated pest management, biological control, and safe use of pesticides. Nevertheless, his technical expertise and professional interests have expanded to include composting, soil fertility management, beekeeping, and post-harvest management. Over the last 20 years, he has lived and worked in more than 20 countries in Asia, Africa, Latin America, and Caribbean. As a consultant, he has worked for various international NGOs and development agencies, including FAO, UNDP, USAID, etc., as well as for universities and private companies. Mr. Luciano also worked in Sri Lanka about 10 years before, and he has significantly contributed for a model project which has been successfully implemented with the University of Peradeniya in Sri Lanka. And very happy to have you, Mr. Luciano. And Mr. Luciano also has authored and co-authored 38 publications, several of which in scientific journals, and 36 presentations at international meetings, and in the majority related to crop protection. So good evening, Mr. Luciano. For you, I think it's still morning. Good morning. So I am inviting Mr. Luciano Rovesti from Italy. Very happy to have you, and it's over to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Madhavan, for this presentation, and good morning or good afternoon to everybody, to all the participants. And to start with, I would like to thank you, Madhavan, and the Industrial Services Bureau for inviting me as a speaker today. Okay, I have been asked. Yeah, let me share. Sorry, I must say that I changed my computer a few days ago, and I'm finding some difficulties, but let's try.
Take your time, no issue.
Can you see the screen now?
Now we can see it. Yeah.
Okay, now let me see if I can put the presentation mode. Is it okay like this?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. Now, I have been asked to give an overview of IPM and of the technological solutions that can help us improve crop protection practices. And I will mention some of those solutions because this is really a topic which is difficult to condense in only half an hour. But yeah, let's just mention a few things. Sorry, it's not going ahead. Okay, before we start, just for us to understand what we are talking about, let's give a few definitions. What is a pest? When we talk about pest, normally we think only of animal organisms that can cause damage, but when in IPM, normally pest refers to all sorts of organisms that is capable of directly or indirectly cause economic damage. So when we mention pest, we normally include also fungi, bacteria, nematodes, weeds, and so on. Before we go into a description of what IPM is, let me show you some of the common issues that are found in crop protection. And in my experience, these issues with small differences are the same in all the countries. So the first one is, the first one is that there is an over-reliance on chemical pesticides. So normally, when the farmer sees a problem on his crops or her crops, they think about using a chemical pesticide. There is little knowledge about alternative methods, non-chemical methods for pest management. Another issue is that in many countries, particularly developing countries, there is a high use of very toxic or ecotoxic pesticides with very little use of personal protective equipment. Very often, it's possible to see that the labels of the pesticides that are on the market are in a language that growers cannot understand. For example, recently I was in a country, in a Spanish-speaking country, where most of the pesticides had labels in French. It is something common that farmers do not read the label of the pesticides before using them, but if the label is in another language, it becomes even less likely that the farmer will read the important instruction that is on that label. There is a general tendency to overdose pesticides exceeding the recommended application rates, the rates that are given on the label. And this is an example, these pictures are an example of how pesticides are normally dosed by the farmers. Very often there is no proper identification of the problem. A few examples, in a country where I worked recently during the summer, there was a lot of this problem on tomato, and farmers would start spraying fungicides every 2 or 3 days, trying to control it without realizing that it was not a disease. This is a physiological condition of the tomato, calcium deficiency. But if you don't identify properly the problem, then you do something, you take measures that are not appropriate. Or like this case here, still on tomato. Tomato is a plant that rolls up its leaves very easily. It can be due to a number of reasons. So this farmer, based on the recommendation of the local pesticide dealer, was applying a mixture of not 1, but 3 different insecticides. Now, I could not tell him exactly what the cause for this was, because I would have needed a certain laboratory equipment and time and so on. But what I know for sure is that it had nothing to do with pest. So, and this also indicates another problem, that many farmers receive technical advice from pesticide dealers, and there is a clear conflict of interest in that case. Another issue which is normally seen in the field is that most farmers, but almost many extension officers, are not familiar with the notion of active ingredient of a pesticide. So to them, a different bottle with a different label is something different, which is not always the case. So, for example, this was the mix prepared, which was normally used by one of the growers I visited, who, in an attempt to control a serious attack of the pest on tomato, was using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 products. Okay, this was a fertilizer, this was a fungicide, but 4 different insecticides in his opinion. But when one looks at the content of those bottles, realizes that this has the same active ingredient as this one, and this one is just the same as this. So he was unnecessarily duplicating the treatment. A problem that quite often one can observe is that despite the intensive application of pesticides, the farmers do not manage to control the pest. That could be to a number of reasons. It could be that the pest has developed resistance to those pesticides, a poor application by the farmer, bad quality of the pesticides applied. Can be different reasons, but this is observed quite well, and this picture is an example of it. So this was a very good tomato plot, totally wiped out by a pest. And finally, another issue, another serious issue, is that the disposal of pesticide containers is normally done in a very bad way. This is an example. This is a common view for people like myself who go often to the field. And this is bad, not only because it can give problems of environmental contamination, but also because in developing countries, in resource-poor countries, very often people are attracted to these plastic bottles and use them for something that they should not be using for. Like, for example, storing drinking water. Now, moving to IPM, there are many definitions of IPM. A simple but an effective one, in my opinion, is this one, that IPM is a sustainable approach to managing pests that combines biological, cultural, physical, and chemical tools in a way that minimizes economic, health, and environmental risk. And this is important because one of the pillars of one of the basic concepts of IPM is that it is not only interested in controlling pests, but it is also interested in the economic sustainability of it and in the human health and the environmental risk connected to crop protection. Why do we talk about management rather than control? Because the word control implies that we already have a problem, while through IPM we aim at managing the pest and prevent that it reaches the status of a problem. Some important notes is that many of the basic principles of IPM represent good agricultural practices, and therefore we should use them, we should adopt them independently from the presence of the pest or disease, because through those good practices are needed to grow a healthy crop. And also it is important that to understand that IPM relies on local experience, which means that there is no one recipe that is applied in the same way under all conditions. So one must to develop an IPM program, one must take into account the local reality of a given, the local context of a specific place. An IPM program, didactically speaking, is made up by 5 components. Today, we will focus only on these 3: prevention, monitoring, and control. What is prevention? Prevention is all those practices that prevent the pest from infesting or developing on a crop. It can go from the use of crop rotation to the use of resistant varieties, field sanitation, and so on. Just to give you some examples, this is one of the plastic tunnels that can normally seen in protected agriculture, which was nicely made. There is an issue here because we all know that it is important to ventilate those tunnels to keep the temperature, to prevent that the temperature inside goes too high. But if you leave the sides opening like that, just open, pests can come in as they like. So there should be a protection to close, to stop the pests from entering those side openings, like this plastic mesh that will prevent this insect to go inside. Another example is, I'm sure that many of you know Tuta absoluta, which is a very highly damaging pest of solanaceous crops, particularly tomato. It is highly destructive. This is a tomato, it's a nursery of tomato seedlings. These two pictures were taken only 10 days apart. So this is what was from at the beginning of the infestation, and this was after 10 days. So rather than spraying every 2 or 3 days, and very often not achieve good control, in a case like this, the nursery should be protected under a plastic mesh, as it was done with success with growers in Eritrea. Maybe one can have a nicer model of tunnel, like we did with these growers in Equatorial Guinea. Still on prevention, this is something that can be seen very often. These are residues from a previous cabbage crop. The new crop was maybe 10 or 15 meters aside. And I took one of the leaves from these plants, and what could be easily observed on those leaves is this. On this small portion of a leaf, it was about 1/3 of one single leaf, there were 20 pupae or larvae of the pest. In this case, it was diamondback moth. So, and this gives you an idea of the importance to, sorry, it's not going back, of the importance to remove the residues from old crops, not just to leave it in the field, because it will be a focus for the multiplication of the pest. And the same applies to diseases. So for example, this bean grower would leave all the beans affected by this disease in the field. He would not harvest them because he could not sell them, but on those diseased fruits, the fungus, the pathogen was developing, and it would keep on infecting the new fruits developing. When we talk about prevention, it is very important a good management of the irrigation. Here there are two examples, a bad one and a good one. And the fact that this method, with water stagnating on the floor, running along the walkway and so on, it is a bad one. And you can see the result. After a few weeks, that's the same greenhouse, all the plants were going down with the disease, with Fusarium. Now, monitoring. It is very important that growers or technical advisors monitor what's happening on the crops. This can be done through visual assessments normally, to check the identity and the quantity of the pest, but also the identity and quantity of beneficiaries, and keeping a record of what we see, something that very few growers do. But in some cases, we have some technological tools that help us monitor the pest, like these very simple sticky traps. These are sticky cards that are put out, and the flying pests get stuck on them. And instead of checking so many plants, we can simply check a few traps and then get an idea of what insects are flying on our crop. This is something which is very useful. For example, in a structure like this, it's a high technology greenhouse, which is about 10 hectares in North Korea, which is divided into blocks. And through the use of those simple sticky traps, you can check when white flies, for example, are moving from one block to another one, and then you know that you must take some actions. These traps are normally used only for monitoring pests on our crops. So we know we can decide when it's the right time is to take some actions. But in some cases, like for example, this fruit fly, we can also use these traps as to control the pest. This is an example from Africa again. So this was a homemade trap that we developed, very simple, very cheap, but very effective. All these brown spots that you see inside were flies that are in the trap, but had we not put out these traps, they would be attacking this crop. So it was more effective, this method, than applying insecticide. And then control. When we come to the decision that we need to apply some form of control for the pest, there are different options, starting from cultural control, going to mechanical, physical, use of beneficial insects. Let's see some examples of this. So cultural control, for example, we can mention a well-known example, which is the push-pull technology, which was developed by ICIPE in Kenya, which is basically an intercropping of maize, which is the main crop, with two perennial fodder plants. One is Desmodium here, which repels the pest, that in this case is stem borers and particularly the fall armyworm, and a line of all around the field of Napier grass, which is very attractive for this fall armyworm. So basically, we tend to push away and attract somewhere else this pest, away from the maize. Mechanical and physical methods, there is a range, obviously, of methods, from hand picking to plant collars and so on. There are on the market a wide range of different plastics that allow us to use methods like solarization, which means pasteurize the soil like this by accumulating under the plastic the heat from the sun. Mulching, through mulching, plastic mulching can be very useful in controlling weeds, which is very good, but I think it should be done with caution, because in the areas where this is done on a very large scale, plastic itself is becoming an environmental problem. Another physical method, steam sterilization. Over the last 15 years, machines like this one have been developed for the sterilization of the soil. This is an effective method, but in my opinion, is not a good method, for the simple reason that goes against what the correct way is. So it basically sterilizes the soil, which means that the first 2 or 3 crop cycles after you sterilize the soil do very well. But since the soil is sterile, the pathogen, when it enters, spread very quickly. So in my opinion, it's better to increase the biodiversity of the soil rather than decreasing. Then we can use beneficial insects and mites. These beneficial insects and mites are normally found in nature, but very often they do not help us because we wipe them out when we apply broad spectrum insecticides. So there are companies producing natural enemies and selling them. Just a few examples. Perhaps one of the most successful has been Phytocereulus persimilis to control red spider mite. These are produced with a system where you have a crop. You allow the pest to develop on that crop and then introduce the predator, which develops very fast. Then there are methods to collect those predators, which are bottled and shipped to the growers that will release them on their crops. Same thing, but done more in a laboratory condition. This is another predatory mite and a semi-laboratory production for Aphidoletes. This is a predator of aphids where you have to produce sprouts of a host crop. You allow the aphids to multiply on those sprouts, and then again you introduce the predator, and then there are systems to collect it, bottle it, and send it out as a pest control tool. Then we have biopesticides that can be based on microbial agents, bacteria, viruses, fungi, and these are produced using different technologies. So for example, bacteria are almost always, as far as I know, there has not been success in producing bacteria on a solid media. They are normally produced by submerged fermentation. This is a simple laboratory with 4 fermenters of a small company in Peru producing Bacillus thuringiensis, or entomopathogenic fungi like Bovaria, Metarhizium, Paecilomyces are normally produced on a rice-based medium, which is sterilized, inoculated, and then incubated. And then again, there are methods to separate the fungus from the media, from the substrate, and are sold as pesticides. Trichoderma is a bit different. Trichoderma is a fungus which is used to control other fungi. It is a cellulolytic fungus, so the substrate must have a lot of cellulose. So you can produce it on simple substrate like this coffee husk. But if you produce this, then there may be problems during the application. It depends on the need of your client. So in this case, our client was a big flower producer. This was the kind of setup, many hectares of crops. They could not, physically, they could not go around twice a week to spray or to apply the fungus in every bag. So we needed to develop a product with pure spores, which was then applied through the irrigation system, through the drip irrigation system. And this is very important. Biological pesticides to be accepted must be acceptable to the farm. So you cannot propose a product which needs to be mixed 20 times and applied manually. Most farmers, most producers will not accept that. It must be, the application of a biological pesticide must be easy. And then we have biopesticides, which are of botanical origin, and one which is very well known is neem, but there are many plant extracts that can be used to control pests. Another tool, another important tool that we have in some countries, not everywhere, is genetically improved crops, which can be obtained through selection or through genetic modification. Possibly one of the best known cases is BT maize or BT cotton, which means maize or cotton where through genetic manipulation, scientists have introduced BT genes so that the same plant is producing also the toxin from the BT, and is able to control, it becomes poisonous to certain pests. This is a very powerful tool, but it is not, its use is not that easy. So in developing countries, maybe starting from the price of these improved crops, it could not be the best option for small producers, smallholders. And then chemical pesticides. In my opinion, chemical pesticides still represent an important tool for crop protection, although, as we have seen at the beginning of this presentation, they are often applied in an inappropriate way. And for a safe and effective use of chemical pesticides, we need significant improvement, not only at the technical, but also at the regulatory and policy levels. Just an example of this, recently I worked in a country and where we decided to carry out an inventory of the pesticides available on the market. And this was the result for the insecticides. So we could see that there were 33 commercial products on the market, which sounded quite reasonable. But then if one analyzes this chart, the active ingredients for those 33 commercial products, one could see that only many of the products have the same active ingredients. So there were only 13 active ingredients, and many of them had the same mode of action. So out of 33 commercial products, only 4 different mode of action. And one can see that 75% of these products belong to organophosphates or carbamates, which means products with high acute toxicity in general, or pyrethroids, which are highly ecotoxic. The majority of these products are not suitable due to their toxicity, are not suitable for use by smallholders or by untrained users. In fact, most of these products have already been banned in Europe, in the European Union, or in the US, or if not banned, are only allowed for use by trained personnel. And with only 4 modes of action, it would be very difficult to implement proper rotation of products and prevent development of resistance by the pest. I'm about to conclude my presentation. I just want to mention very briefly the importance of soil health. Soil health means plant health. And it is not possible to stress enough the importance of the incorporation of organic matter in the soil. This can be done in different ways. Composting is one of those ways, but it must be done properly, because otherwise what you get out of your processing compost is not a good product. You can see an example here. This is the quality of supposed compost which one can find even on the market, and you can see the difference with the proper compost. So in conclusion, we can say that IPM has a number of benefits in that it minimizes health risk and protects the environment, because it allows us to eliminate unnecessary pesticide application. It can, or better should, be adapted to local circumstances. It provides long-term solutions. The disadvantages of IPM is that it is a rather knowledge-intensive system that requires a higher degree of knowledge and management capability. It requires a higher degree of commitment, because you have to go to the field, check your crop very often, and so on. And it is more labor-intensive than chemical control. So this is the conclusion, that moving from a chemically based approach to IPM is a long but necessary process. It is not free of difficulties, but as I leave you with a sentence that should be a leitmotif for us all, and which is the following: that those that are willing to do find solutions, those that are not find excuses. So let's go ahead and try to find solutions to all these problems. Okay, thank you very much for your attention. I hope I have not exceeded too much the time allowed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Luciano. And now it's open for discussion. The participants can ask any question. It's open for discussion. I can see there are so many agriculture specialists and agricultural professionals in the Dr. Abe, you also can ask some questions because you are one of the microbiologists in India, the mycology. So you can.
Yeah, am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, so this was a very nice and informative presentation. So I have just only one question. In your country, you people are using metrrhizium for that termites and mites?
In my country, you said? Well, not here in Italy. I mean, I don't even know what my country is now because I've been living outside Italy for about 20 years. But I don't have any direct experience with metrrhizium for termite control, but I know that in some places it has been used with some success. As usual, with microorganisms, what is really important is the strain. So it is very important to understand that different strains belonging to the same species can have totally different range of action. So this is something that is not always appreciated. So when people say, okay, for that pest use BT, it is important to specify what variety of BT is effective, because a different variety and a different subspecies can be totally ineffective. So it all depends on the strain. I know that out there are some strains that of metrrhizium that have been used with success against termites, but I'm not able to tell you now what strain it was.
Okay, one more question, because I also work on the microbial biocontrol agent. So what I felt that regarding the Bavaria, it is very slow growing, okay, and it is very slow in activity. So how we can enhance the activity, or how we can improve this type of limitations of biocontrol agent?
What is being done by some companies is that, okay, you know that fungi, when fungi grow, they produce several metabolites. Some of the metabolites are toxic to the pest. So some companies, what they are doing is that they enrich the product with the metabolites that are produced during the fermentation. In this case, it's more submerged. It's more, I'm referring more to production in fermenter rather than in a solid media. So they are enriching the final product beside the conidia or other propagule from the fungus, they include a lot of these metabolites or a lot of these toxins, and that allows to speed up the action of the product. But one should be a bit careful, because in that case, it becomes more like a chemical product than a biological product. So you must be well aware of what toxins or what metabolites represent the active ingredient of this product.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luciano. Thank you, Dr. Abe. And are there any more questions?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mathavan, and thank you everybody for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luciano. Thank you so much. And if there are any more questions, we can wait for another couple of minutes. Dr. Ali, if you want to ask anything.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much from Luciano from Italy. A very nice presentation. Let me ask a question about one of your suggested method for integrated pest management was the use of transgenic plants. But the use of transgenic products, it's in terms of organic products, cannot be contradicted between transgenic plants and organic plants.
Sorry. No, certainly organic producers cannot use genetically modified organisms. Let's say that, well, you said that I recommended the use of these plants. I'm not really recommending it. I just mentioned it as a possible tool that can be used, that can be very effective. But as I briefly mentioned during the presentation, the use of transgenic crops is not that easy. I mean, it may seem easy because one thinks, okay, I just plant my maize, which is intrinsically resistant to a pest. But if you plant that maize everywhere without leaving refuge areas, the pest will become quite rapidly resistant to that crop. So there must be an overall strategy in the use of a transgenic crop. That's why I would not recommend it for smallholders, because we all know that a smallholder, when finds something that he thinks is effective, will use the same over and over and over. The same happens with pesticides. You can tell a grower, don't use that pesticide every time, but if he sees that that pesticide is effective, it will keep on using the same. And after 2 or 3 years, that transgenic crop, unless you pay attention to the rules for its use, will have the pest will have developed resistance to that transgenic pest.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ali. Thank you very much, Mr. Luciano. And I have one question, because when it comes to pest management and also the use of pesticides, what I have seen in Taiwan a few years back is, I can share the screen. there's a problem in. You can see this kind of some economic way of controlling the usage of pesticides. It is something similar to the organic certification, but not actually the real organic, but it is specifically focused to a problem like the effect of the pesticides to the food chain, like the concentration of the residue of the pesticide goes through the food chain and it reaches certain birds like the kites or the apex predators, but they have introduced some specific certifications like this in order to protect these birds. So the farmers, they use the pesticides below a certain level and they produce this item and there's a premium price for this, premium for this. So what do you think about introducing these kind of economic models also, because it is something like organic, but it is not really organic. So will it work in every country or will there be a market for these kind of things?
Well, this really goes outside my area of expertise, but yes, I think it is good to have some sort of certification which allows the grower to receive a premium if he does not apply, if he tries to do things in a better way, because otherwise very few growers would be interested in improving their way of work. So I'm in favor. Well, I know, for example, that in Latin America and in Africa, there are organizations like the Rainforest Alliance that have strict protocols for the production of different crops. It can be coffee, it can be banana, and they prohibit the use of certain pesticides by the growers they work with, and then they certify those productions. They certify the products for those growers and try to get a better price for those productions so that the grower can benefit. I think it's the way to go. Otherwise, nobody would be interested in doing something that is certainly good for the environment, but it is not necessarily better for their pockets. In fact, one of the points that I skipped in my presentation amongst the advantages of IPM is that it gives, theoretically, it gives an economic advantage because you apply less pesticides, but I don't think that has been clearly demonstrated. It is true that you apply less pesticides, but then you need, for example, pheromone traps, and then you need to go 10 times to the field when you can go only 2 times if you apply chemicals. So I'm not sure that from an economic point of view, there is such a clear advantage. So, and we all know that we all have an economic motivation very often. Economic motivation is the motivation to make people do things.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I also think because there should be some economic motivation and also there should be an advantage in terms of the returns, the financial returns. So thank you so much, Mr. Luciano. And are there any more questions from the audience?
Hello. Hello,
Yes.
sir. I'm Biswan speaking from, working as an agriculture instructor in Sri Lanka.
Yes.
So I want to know, as far as Sri Lanka is concerned, the government announced that all the chemical are banned and stop the importation of other countries. So we have the only alternative to use the biopesticides. So we hope that we are expecting to use of biopesticide and the current we must use that one. So farmers are facing more problem, pest and disease problem. So they are expecting the from our side the solution. So we have to tell the we can't advise them to use the chemicals, pesticides. So only thing we have to advise them to use the biopesticide. So we need your your expertise, biopesticides mode of action and the usages of the current usage of biopesticide. So we need that type of information as a IPM practice.
Well, thank you. Yes, I heard recently that there was a ban in Sri Lanka on the use not only of imported pesticides but also chemical fertilizer, if the information I got is correct, and that certainly poses a challenge for the producers. I think many problems can be solved through the use of IPM, even if there is no availability of chemicals. Obviously, it will be more difficult. But first of all, the first step is always to identify the problem that you want to solve. So it's not possible to give recommendations on what pesticide to develop, on what biopesticide to develop, or how to apply it without knowing what is the crop, what is the pest, what are the conditions. So the main step is really the identification of the problem, and then one can start looking for solutions, be those solutions chemical or biological. But yeah, certainly, in my opinion, I have always worked for many years. I've worked in the development of non-chemical alternative to pesticides, but I must admit that chemical pesticides are still an important tool for crop protection. So without, we can do things, but it certainly becomes a bit more difficult. If there is any specific problem you are interested in, please write to me, and we can analyze it together.
Thank you, sir.
Mr.
Thank you for your mission.
Thank you, Mr. Luciano. Thank you, Mr. Iswan. And I think the time is up, and so we can move to the next session. And I am thanking Mr. Luciano for offering your time, valuable time, and sharing your knowledge and your experiences for more than 20 years in different countries. And you are having a very good practice of the experience in practicing the eco-friendly pest management practices. And now some of our Sri Lankan professionals also now know you through this forum. And of course, you have worked here for about 2 years in Sri Lanka, and you also know the situation in Sri Lanka when you worked. So we also have to work a lot in order to achieve a kind of a balanced agricultural practice in Sri Lanka, to achieve a sustainable agriculture, sustainable agricultural based economy. So definitely we will be in touch with you even for the future projects and interventions. So thank you so much again. So we can move to the next session. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next session is eco-friendly application, the future of crop disease management. That is going to be presented by Dr. Abe from Takai, Dr. Abe. Dr. Abe Abe Pandey is a scientist of mycology at the Key Research Institute of India, exploring microbial biocontrol agents in the tea ecosystem and understanding their mode of action against fungal pathogens of tea crops. He has more than 12 years of experience in the field, and he is also working on plant pathogen interactions in the tea crops. He obtained a PhD in post-harvest pathology of pigeon pea leaves from Kumaon University, Natal in 2012. He has associated with an International Institute World Vegetable Center South Asia, Hyderabad, where he served as a plant pathologist. And he served there for 4 years in Mungbean reviewed journals. He has authored more than 70 research papers, articles, and peer-reviewed journals. He is a member of the several national and international academic societies, Indian Science of Congress Association, Indian Phytopathological Society, and Indian Botanical Society. He is an editor of the Journal of Plant Disease and Protection, BMC, Research Notes of Mycology section, and potential review of many phytopathology journals. He was awarded Professor of Professor O.P. Moore Gold Medal by IBS and the Best Proposal Award for Rice Organic Fertilizer Farming by ICDF, Taipei, Taiwan. Recently, he was confirmed. He was conferred Fellow of the IBS and Global Membership Reception Award by APS. He is also featured by APS. And Dr. Abe, it's over to you, and very happy to have you as a presenter for this webinar.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Madhavan. First of all, I thanks to Mr. Madhavan ISB for inviting me for this lecture.
You can share the screen. I will.
Okay.
నువ్వు కొన్న దాంట్లో ఈ 3 ఉన్నాయా? కోకోపిట్, వర్మిక్యులైట్, పర్లైట్. నువ్వు కొన్న దాంట్లో ఈ 3 ప్రపోర్షన్ ఉండాలి. 3:1:1. చూసుకున్నావా?
Madam,
కోకోపిట్ కొంటే కాదు.
Excuse me, Redmi phone and please switch off your mobile, madam. Your this madam. There is a webinar is going on. Your voice is audible here. Redmi, REDMI.
Dr. Abe, do you have any problems in connecting?
Yeah, I am here, but I am unable to share my screen.
What's the problem?
I think you have disabled from your side, so you have to be.
No, it is open for sharing to everyone. All right. Now it is okay. Multiple parties. You can share it now.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it is still your screen. I think you have to off.
Sorry. No, your screen is visible. And I think you have to switch on to the proper screen. Your email is visible now.
Okay, just wait.
You have to select the presentation. Again, the email is visible.
I think now it's okay.
Yeah, now your computer screen is visible. Now it's okay.
Presentation is coming.
Yeah, now the
Are you able to
presentation,
see?
you have to expand the screen. Yeah.
Now it is able to. You are able to see now.
Yes, now it's visible.
Yeah. Okay. So, first of all, I wish to thank ISB and Mr. Madhavan for this beautiful lecture. And I think Dr. Luciano already explained detail about that IPM practices in several crops. So here I will explain some example whatever I got during my research period, and specifically whatever I have done during the work at the World Vegetable Center and what I am currently doing. So before I go for the details, let's know about the importance of the crop diseases. So as we know that million of the people around the world, we depend for our produce and survival from the plants. But plant disease caused by microorganism cause several damage to crops and crop produce, which affect human food, human clothing, etc. Plant diseases also reduce quality and quantity of plants and food crops, which results in increased price of products to consumers, because if disease is affected, then we will get little amount of qualitative crops. And also it results in the severe pathological effects on the human and animals. So I will tell you about, I think most of the people will not familiar with this, as there are some example of the serious diseases that led to the famines. So among them, one of the major famine that happened in the history, that is the Irish famine. It was happened in the potato crops, and the pathogen, the disease responsible for this famine is the late blight of potato. And it caused it destroyed million of hectare of potato, and due to this, people switched over the other food crop. Similarly, in India, one of the very important, the Bengal famine happened to the rice crop, where the Helminthosporium oryzae pathogen, that earlier it known as Bipolaris oryzae, it destroyed the rice crop, which leads about 3 million people died due to this, due to starvation of the rice caused by this disease. And this pathogen was also considered, it was also used as a biological weapon by USA during the Japan World War II. Another one from Sri Lanka, I will let you know that coffee rust. It is the very important time happened in Sri Lanka during 1969, which also caused million of hectare of crops. The other two examples you can see here, the wheat rust and southern crown blight. These are from the USA. This also led to the serious famine in food crop, which caused significant damage of the total crop produce. So thing is that why we need eco-friendly agriculture. Since we cannot, means I am able to say that we cannot sustain without the chemical pesticide. But as overuse of chemical pesticide can cause serious damage. So what we have to think about something alternative which we can implement in our disease management program, so that we can reduce the use of the chemical pesticide. So here you can see in I will tell about some story about India. In India, since 1940s, DDT and formaldehyde were being used as agrochemicals for the control of several insect pests as well as diseases. In the fiscal year 2019, India produced 2.17 metric tons of pesticide. The India pesticide market worth 9.7 crore in 2018, growing at 1.8% during 2019 to 2030. It is expected to reach value of 13.6 crore by 2020. But what happened? Indiscriminate use of this insecticide caused several soil health, water quality, residue in produce, which does problem like insect resistance, genetic variation in plants, toxic residue, food and feed. Pesticide-induced disease. This pesticide overuse of pesticide also cause Alzheimer, asthma, birth, cancer, diabetes, several other. In next slide, I will show you some important cases happen in India. In Kerala, the aerial spray of Indosulfan started in 1976 in cashew nut plantation, which spread over 4,300 hectares in 13 villages. And a few years later, there were reports of coal being born with deformed limbs. Frog, fishes, firefly, jackal vanished from these areas were also affected due to Indofan spray. Furthermore, poisonous effect of monocrotophos also happened in Maharashtra. In October 2017, about 40 farmers died and over 700 were hospitalized in Maharashtra due to monocrotophos. So what we think, what are the way to get rid of this type of toxic effect from the chemical fungicide or pesticide? So we need some alternative. So among them, host plant resistance and biopesticide are the best solution. These are the environmentally safe, low residual toxicity, and the more thing is that they are host specific in action. Basically, as Luciano also explained, that management of plant disease basically be done by that sanitation, host plant resistance, crop rotation, biological control, organic amendment, improve plant health nutrition. So here I will tell about some example of host plant resistance, what I got during my research, and biological control. Regarding the crop rotation, I will tell you one example. Suppose we are getting some root rot disease, like if you have the pulse crop, then wilting is the major problem in pulse crop. So wilting is caused by fusarium, and some root rot disease is caused by macrophomina. So if we do the crop rotation with the non-host crop, like pulses followed by cereal. So in pulses and cereal, pathosystem are the different. So if we will rotate crop wise, in that way, we will get rid of from the pathogen incident to the next cycle. Means the crop rotation break the pathogen cycle. Like next, I will explain. So first one, I will tell you about the host plant resistance. So host plant resistance is the ability to prevent or reduce the presence of disease in otherwise susceptible host. It can arise from the genetic or environmental factors such as incomplete penetration, and disease tolerance is different as it is the ability of a host to limit the impact of disease on host health. Host plant resistance is also an effective, economical, and environmental friendly method for disease control, and we can usually use it with the biological practices as well as cultural practices. So here I will explain you some resistant lines we got from the mung bean mini core collections developed by the World Vegetable Center. So I think everybody is knowing that mung bean is an important crop worldwide, and specifically it is mainly cultivated in East, South Asia and Southeast Asia. The mung bean is rich in nutrient and protein and amino acids, and it is used as vegetable legume in Europe, and in several countries it used both as a savory and sweet dishes. So what we did through an ACIR program funded by the Australian government, we find out some resistant lines against the major disease of South Asia, like anthracnose disease of mung bean, dry root rot disease, and powdery mildew disease. These three diseases are major disease in South Asia of mung bean. So we got resistant sources from this mini core collection. So what happened? We screened 296. We evaluated 296 mini core rind in different locations in India in consecutive 4 years. And from the 4-year screening trials of 296 mung bean lines, we got these 7 lines resistant lines. Means these lines were performed resistant during all the years. So now the mapping population and breeding of these line with high yielding varieties is under progress to develop a more constant line that will be released in coming 2-3 years. So here you can see the disease reaction in the field for anthracnose resistance. You can see a susceptible one. This is the resistant one. You can see the differences, how it is performing during the field screening. We score the disease. It was based on 1 to 9 disease severity score, where 1 is the resistant and 9 is the highly susceptible. Like Luciano told that pathogen identification is also very important for the management of disease. So we also identified the pathogen from each location. We submitted the sequences of the pathogen to the NCBI. And now GWAS analysis is also going on from these identified lines, resistant and susceptible lines. This work we published in Plant Disease. Another one disease, the root rot disease of mung bean, is the dry root rot disease. This disease is very severe in Myanmar, and it is caused by Macrophomina fasciolina. And it is the emerging disease in India of mung bean. If you will uproot the mung bean plants, you will see black discoloration like this. This disease also happen in chickpea and soybean. Same symptom you will get in chickpea and soybean if you have the crops, black discoloration. So we isolated the pathogen, we identified the pathogen, and then again we screened the set of mini core lines, set of mung bean genotypes. Then in one assessment, we screened 43 genotypes. 2 experiment in laboratory as well as in the glass house, and you can see here the disease reaction. So we got resistant line, this one IPM 99125. This is successfully now it has been released in India as a resistant root rot line. And you can see here susceptible line, how it is getting damaged with that dry root rot pathogen. Similar performance you can see in the POTS condition. Here is that resistant line, this is the susceptible one. This we published in the crop protection. Again, we screened 296 line against this dry root rot in India and Myanmar. And we found that out of these lines, the best performance line was VI 1509, and breeding of mapping population from this line is under progress. And you can see the similar resistant performance. Similarly, we screen for powdery mildew resistant. You can see here the resistant response of mung bean of resistant and susceptible lines. And here also the data is being used for the GWAS analysis. Here also powdery mildew pathogen identified and sequenced, and we published with the Australian collaborator. So these all are about the host plant resistance. Now I will tell you something about the biopesticide, especially trichoderma, regarding the quality as well as how to use in the field. So the major biological resources we use is the alternative is that vermicompost, botanicals, biopesticide, and biofertilizers. So basically what we do, suppose you have any soil problem in the field, so you take the trichoderma, you mix in the vermicompost and keep it 10 days like that. So what will happen, this vermicompost will act as a catalyst to improve the quality of trichoderma, and after 10 days you can easily apply in the field. So in vermicompost there are several types like vermiwash, vermiyard manure. In botanicals we have the neem, tulsi, karanj, and garlic, dhatura also. Now we have pongamia also in botanicals. Similarly, for biopesticide, we have trichoderma. We have several strains of Pseudomonas, 2-3 strains. We have strains of Bacillus, Bavaria, Metrrhizium. Similarly, in biofertilizer, I will explore a little bit about the biofertilizer, means what is the role of phosphate solubilizing bacteria and zinc solubilizing bacteria. So we have the biofertilizer here. Why we apply biofertilizer in the soil? Because in the soil, several nutrients are present in the bound form that our crop easily cannot take. So what happens if we apply these biofertilizer in the soil? Then they easily break those nutrients into the ions, and these ions can be easily taken by the plant. So this is the basic role of this biofertilizer. So biofertilizer is the soil health, as soil health is important, as we know. So that's why this biofertilizer is also very important to improve our crop health. In India, according to the Indian Ministry of Agriculture, in the last 10 years, consumption of biopesticide increased by 23%, while chemical pesticide grew only by 2%. The main reason for such a massive boost in biopesticides because the government support for the biofertilizer industry and also several NGO companies to produce biopesticide and biofertilizers. And also in India, we have that one registration body called CIBRC, Central Insecticide Board for Registration Committee. So they have already told that if farmers are producing biopesticide and biofertilizer themselves, then there is no need for the registration to any organized government bodies. They can check their quality of biopesticide to local KBKs or something and non-geo laboratories, and they can use themselves in the field. In 2016, the biopesticide consumption was recorded as 15% of the total pesticide consumption. Here, my main aim to say that here bioinsecticide and biopesticides are overgrowing. So here the basic thing I will tell the mode of application. So we can use as a seed treatment, soil treatment, foliar spray, as well as post-harvest. You can see also is the data how biopesticides are growing from North America and Asia Pacific. So what is the scope of microbial resources? It will grow more due to the banned pesticide, increase in demand of organic food, more particularly after Corona pandemic. To meet the increased market demand of organic food, growers are motivated towards production of organic food. And organic food increases immunity against degraded element. Basically, how farmer will get benefited? It also improves seed germination and plant growth promotion. I will show you some slides we found in the tea crops, high yield and high shelf life of vegetables. It also safe to the beneficial organism like pollinator, predator, and parasites. And it maintains soil quality also. Because trichoderma has multifold action, like it is plant growth promoter, disease antagonist, and it reduces, we know, pest and disease incidence, and also reduce the use of chemical pesticide. Here you can see some example available in India, like trichoderma powder. This is trichoderma viridi base, because in trichoderma you will get so many species that are being used as a biopesticide, like Trichoderma harzianum, Trichoderma viridi, Trichoderma polysporum. It's like here also you Pseudomonas fluorescens based, we have the common product, this Pseudogod, Bavaria based product for the bioinsecticide. You can say BioCares, how it is scaling. So here I will tell you about the something effect of trichoderma in some successful effect of trichoderma in some crops like mung bean, tomato, brinjal and okra, as well as in tea crop. Here you can see I found at World Vegetable Center we screen 4 strains of trichoderma from Trichoderma harzianum from different part of the India, and you can see the variation efficacy. Means here what I mean to say, if suppose you are getting 5 species of trichoderma from different parts, you will not get the same efficacy. Some of the species may have high volatile compound, they may have more effectiveness. So here you can see the trichoderma we collected from the city Raichur, it got more effective. You can see how it is inhibiting the growth of pathogen, and this is the Trichoderma harzianum colony. So it was the more effective among the all against the dry root rot disease. Similarly, in tomato pathogen, we screened trichoderma from different states of India, and we found that trichoderma collected from Telangana were more effective in disease suppression like damping off and alternaria leafy spot, late blight potato. And you can see also here a part of disease suppression, they have also plant growth promotion activity. You can see here the trichoderma collected from Telangana, how it is big plant than the other plant, control and other isolates of trichoderma. This is study we published in Plant Indian Phytopathology and Biological Control. So at present we have antagonists, we have phosphate solubilizer, and we have nitrogen fixers we are supplying to the small tea growers. And basically we are focusing because tea crop, we know it is the very important crop worldwide, and 3 billion people of 3 billion cup of tea, you know, served each day. So tea is the very important beverage crop in Sri Lanka also. So basically in India, the 3 diseases are major: grey blight, red rust, and Fusarium dieback. So basically we are focusing on control of these 3 diseases with use of trichoderma as well as bacteria. So here you can see trichoderma isolates and bacteria, how this is biological control agent, how it is inhibiting the growth of Fusarium and grey blight pathogen. Here also you can see how that bacteria inhibiting the growth of pathogen. This is the effective bacteria isolated from the organic soil, and this is the Bacillus subtilis, okay, and this is the Mycobacterium. Again, here also you can see field application of trichoderma. This trichoderma had been grown in liquid media, potato dextrose broth. So you can also see field efficacy of trichoderma here after spray of 1 month. This is the control treatment, how new shoots are coming. And here Fusarium dieback disease was earlier. Now disease suppressions happen and new shoots are coming. Means apart from disease suppression, it also acts as a plant growth promoter. And here I will mention one thing. Suppose you people are going to use trichoderma, then we must have to check the quality of trichoderma. What we have found in our found trichoderma in biopesticides, which contain 2 × 10⁶ CFU per ml colony per ml spore of trichoderma, is only effective against the pathogen. If you will say you not get the effective trichoderma. So I think before using the trichoderma biopesticide, you must check the quality of trichoderma. What is the spore level and what is the efficacy? Here also you can see just after 15 days and after 20 days in tea gardens, the trichoderma, how it is acting. Similarly, I told you the bacteria that act against one disease in tea, that is red rust, is very important disease of tea crop. And you can see that bacteria, Mycobacterium paradoxa, how it is affecting against this red rust. You can see here, this is the control and how it is damaging the spores. This is the treatment after 15 days spray. And this is the after 15 days spray. You can see the differences between control and treatment after the spraying of this bacteria. So as I told you that regarding the fungus trichoderma, it is the CFU colony will be 2 into 10 to the power 6, like quality standard. Similarly, for bacterial colony, for bacterial biopesticides, it should be that spore concentration should be 2 into 10 to the power 9. Then only we will get effectiveness among that biopesticide. And I think if you will go for purchase also, they have mentioned in standard on that biopesticide packets, you will get key, yeah, this biopesticide contain 2 into 10 to the power 6, 2 into 10 to the power 9 CFU per ml colony. Here also you can see that control and treatment, how it is looking different. This is the control one. This is treatment after 30 days, the red rust plot, and how that bush are getting recover. Similarly, cultural practices are also important, and I think it's very economical. So in tea gardens, what happened? Shade management is very important thing, because tea crop required a constant amount of photosynthesis to produce that harvestable fruits. So to provide the constant amount of photosynthesis rate, shade management is an integral part of tea ecosystem. However, shade management, what happened if suppose we are doing over shade management over tree like this one, then what happened? It induces the several diseases like red rust and gray blight. So shade management is the very important problem, very important practices in the tea garden. Similarly, one thing I will mention you here, in tea crop, violet root rot is the very important disease where water logging is the problem. So what happened? And there is no any fungicide, biopesticide, biocontrol agent, nothing against this pathogen. So this pathogen is only go due to proper drainage, and we should prepare drainage like this, not this. And also it improves what happened if we will prepare the drainage like this, then it will improve the soil aeration, and it also while dipping the drains, care should be taken not to pile the soils around the collar of the bush. So these are some cultural practices that is applicable in tea crop. Thank you. I think it's finished now. Any question?
To Dr. Abe. Now the discussion is open. Now the discussion is open. The audiences can ask questions. Dr. Abe, I have one. Yes, Mr. Luciano. You have, Mr. Luciano, you are raising your hand.
Yes. Well, thank you, Abe, for this very interesting presentation. I must say that I'm quite impressed by the figure you gave on the increase in the use of biopesticides. 23% over the last 10 years is quite a lot. And I'm also glad that you mentioned the importance of the quality, to check the quality of trichoderma, but I think this can be applied to all biopesticides. In fact, in my experience, one of the problems with biopesticides is standardization of the quality.
Yes.
And this happens both with the microbials, and also with the botanicals. We all know that the content of active ingredients in neem can vary quite a lot. So if you use an industrially produced neem product, you can get certain results, but when you apply homemade preparations, the results can be quite different. I have a question with regard to the registration of biopesticides. If I understood correctly, you said that there is no registration is required for self-produced biopesticides. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what happens with industrially produced biopesticides? Does India have a different system for biopesticides, or do they follow the same criteria as for chemical pesticides?
Here, actually, the government has only taken free action for that small farmers and small tea growers, that if they will produce biopesticide and they are using their own field, then no registration required. But again, if they are going for itself, then this is the very major problem. They cannot sell that produce biopesticide.
Okay, so you need a proper registration in case you want to sell a biopesticide to somebody else. But is the process of registration for biopesticides in India different from the one for chemicals?
No, it's not different. For biopesticide also, we have to we have to conduct 2 years, 3 years trials, and we submit that. For India, it's required at least it should be 2 years trials at different location.
Right.
And after 2 years trial, we have to submit our application to CIBRC, that is registration body, Central Insecticide Board and Registration Committee. So
it's the same procedure.
Yeah, same process.
Okay, thank you.
And it took at least 3 to 4 years to get one single registration.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Luciano, and thank you, Abe. And I also had the same question, and how, because you have, when compared to the other developing countries, India is very much progressive in every ways. And when it comes to agriculture, and the progress is very rapid and very high, and particularly these eco-friendly practices, integrated pest management, nutrition management, and dry zone agriculture, and all these fields. So here you are, if the particular biopesticide is registered, then registered and certified, the farmers can produce and they can use, is it? So there is no any other registration or anything needed thereafter?
No, from not that registration. Suppose I am working on that biopesticide. Okay. So I have some effective strain of trichoderma. So if any farmer
and the people are living scattered everywhere. And the other question is how you reach, how about the outreach activities when it comes to these kind of interventions at the farmer level, because you have to train the farmers, there should be a channel. So how you develop that channel, and how rapidly you develop, you move through that channel?
Yeah, actually, we are first training with a master trainer, several local low-cost laboratory for the development of this biopesticide. At we have
so it is very much useful, and all the developing countries, we have to adapt these concepts, and the way of dissemination and the outreach to the field level. So we can move to the next session. The next session is going to be presented by Dr. Sashika Ratnayake, and the topic is Science, Technology and Food Security. Let me introduce Dr. Sashika before the presentation. Dr. Sashika Ratnayake is a senior lecturer in agricultural economics attached to the Department of Export Agriculture, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, Uva Vellasa University of Sri Lanka. She holds a BSc in Export Agriculture from Uva Vellasa University, an MSc in Agricultural Economics from the University of Peradeniya, and PhD in Economics from Griffith University, Australia. She was a recipient of the Griffith University International Postgraduate Research Scholarship, Griffith University Postgraduate Research Scholarship, Griffith University Publication Assistant Scholarship, and Tasmania Merit-Based Graduate Research Scholarship. Her research interests are in modeling consumer demand, economics of food policy, and agricultural markets. She is the current secretary of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economic Association. She is having a series of teaching and training experiences, and presently she is a senior lecturer at the Uva Vellasa University, and she is a head. She was a former head tutor at the Sessional Academic Griffith University of Australia, and a visiting lecturer at the Sabaragamuwa University of Sri Lanka, visiting lecturer at the Faculty of Agriculture, Aquinas College of Higher Studies, and a researcher at the Griffith Business School, Australia, and a researcher of FAO Trade Facilitation Project. She is also having a series of academic awards, including People's Choice Award at the GPS PhD poster competition in 2017 at Griffith University, Australia. We know of Accounting, Finance, and Economics 3-minute PhD thesis competition in 2007 at the Griffith University of Australia, and the Best Research Presentation Awards at 20th International Conference on Economics and Management, Tokyo, Japan, and the Best Research Presentation in Economic Award at Accounting, Finance and Economic PhD Symposium in 2018 at Griffith University, and Vice Chancellor's Award of the Best Research Presentation in Export Agriculture at Annual Research Symposium in 2010 at the Uva Vellasa University of Sri Lanka, and Vice Chancellor's Award for the Best Research Presentation in the Technical Session at the Research Symposium in 2012 at the Uva Vellasa University of Sri Lanka. And the topic is going to be Science, Technology and Food Security. And food security is becoming an increasing issue in Sri Lanka and also in different developing countries. And the big issue is implementing the best models for the food security and also how to measure the food security, because there have been a lot of interventions by the NGOs and development corporations to promote food security, but those food security interventions are not yet sustainable. So the reason is mainly the science and the application of the science and the technological concepts are missing here. So Dr. Sashika will present how the science and the technology could be applied in the food security when it comes to promoting food security. So Dr. Sashika, thank you so much for accepting our request, and thank you so much for offering your valuable time, and it's over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Madhavan. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are clear.
Okay. Wonderful. So I would say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all, because I know we have colleagues from different parts of the world today. So it's good to say good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to you all. Okay, so thank you very much, ISB, for the great opportunity. And my special thanks go to Mr. Madhavan. Okay, so, and also thanks very much for the very generous introduction about me. Okay, let me share my PowerPoint presentation. So, okay, I hope you can see my screen. So today's my topic, science, technology, and food security. This is the outline for my presentation. Of course, I must say that I'm not a technology expert, even though I'm going to talk about food security, science, technology, and food security. I know other all speakers, they are scientists, agriculture scientists, and they are technology experts, but my field, agricultural economics, I'm an economist and as academic. So basically my field is agricultural economics, my research expert in consumption economics and time series modeling. So I do research about food security. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about what is food security and what are the dimensions of food security. And let's see how is the global situation, global food security status, and what are the challenges in food security achieving or ensuring food security around the world. And finally, we are going to look at what is the role of science, technology, and innovations in ensuring food security. Okay. So food security matters a lot. As Mr. Madhavan mentioned, it matters immensely because it has been an interesting topic to policymakers, practitioners, and academics around the world, in large part because the consequences of food insecurity can affect almost every aspect of society. So we can say a poorly nourished population is a less economically productive one, and food security also matters for maximizing economic capacity, because if the population is poorly nourished, how can we expect maximize economic capacity? So food security matters a lot. Sorry, something happened to my, okay.
Sorry, Dr. Shashika. Okay, now you can share.
Now it's okay. Sorry for the interruption. Okay, so food security, it is an evolving concept. Why? Let's start from 1974 World Food Conference. They wanted to ensure food security around the globe, but their main focus was adequate supply of food. They thought ensuring food security, or the food security, can be achieved by providing the adequate supply of food. So they basically addressed the supply side of food security in 1974. Okay, then from the early 1980s, they understood something is missing. Even though in aggregate level food production or the food supply is okay, but still there are some people, they are not receiving adequate food, and there are some people around the globe, they don't receive adequate food, but some people, they receive or they can take more than they need. So there was a problem. Even they address the food supply side. So that is food access. Even the food is available in the market, you should be able to afford food. So that is called food access. Then international organization, they added the new term food access to food security definition. They started from the food supply, later then added the new term food access. Okay, then okay, now food supply is there, food access is there, still something is missing. What is that? Some non-food factors which are important for food security, such as access to clean water, sanitation, and healthcare. They are also very important when it comes to food security. How effectively food is utilized to reach a state of nutrition well-being. So they added that new technical term, that is utilization. Okay, by now we have food access, availability or the supply side, then food access, now food utilization. Okay, To be food secure, a population or household or individual must have access to adequate food at all times and should not risk be losing access to food as a consequence of sudden economic, climatic, or political shocks. So the community, they realize the importance of this at all times, at all people. So that is called a stability. So now we have a very comprehensive definition for food security. This is the definition introduced by World Food Security Committee in 2012. So let's see what is the definition. Food security exists when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food, which meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So you can see here we have food supply side or the food availability and food access and utilization and the stability. So these are the dimensions of food security. Let's start from food availability. So this addresses the supply side of food security. Sufficient food is available. This is food availability is determined by production, net trade. I would say not only imports, net trade, both imports and exports, net trade, and also the stock availability. Those things determine food availability. Okay, then even though food is available in the market, you should be able to afford them. You should be able to purchase them. So that is called food access. So people should have physical, social, and economic access to food. Okay, then next dimension. Suppose now food is available in the market and you purchase food, maybe to you or your family, household. Now food should be utilized. So you should know how to cook properly. So you should have proper nutritional knowledge. And also your body should be healthy enough to absorb the nutrients which are available in food. That is called food utilization. Safe and nutritious food can be utilized. So that is the third dimension of food security. Okay, then let's move to final dimension of food security. That is called food stability or stability. Okay, that means all people at all times. Simply I can say these first three dimensions: food availability, food access, food utilization should be stable across time. That is called food stability. So it is very clear there are 4 dimensions of food security. So if you want to say someone or some nation or households to be food secure, then food availability, food access, food utilization, and food stability should be fulfilled. Okay. Let's look at this diagram. This diagram shows the conceptual pathway of food security, linking all the dimensions: availability, access, and utilization. Let's start from here. Physically available, yes. Food should be available in the market, physically available. Okay. Then when the food is available in the market, you should have access, physically accessible. Okay, I think we all experience these barriers to physical access during the pandemic, especially during the lockdown season. When we have travel restrictions, even the food is available in the market, we couldn't go to the market. That means there's a problem with physically accessible. So that affects food security ultimately. Okay. Suppose food is available in the market and you went to the market but you should have enough money to purchase food. Your purchasing power, it matters a lot here. So that is called economically accessible, your income, okay? And also the food prices. These two determines your purchasing power. Then economically accessible. Then you purchase food and these foods you purchase should be safe to consume, okay? Safe to consume. Then culturally acceptable, because we know some cultures, they have some restrictions regarding some food items, food commodities. So the food you purchase should be culturally acceptable too. And then acquired by household. These are all covered by food access dimension. Then allocated to individual. Okay, this is called intra-household allocation. This is also very important because even though your household has purchased enough food, maybe some household members, they don't receive enough food, but some they receive more than enough. So we know some discrimination can happen even within the household. In some communities, this can be expected. So allocated to individual or the intra-household allocation of food, that is also very important. Okay, now utilization. Okay, so now your body should be healthy enough to absorb nutrients which are available in food. So your health status also important here, and you should know how to cook food properly. Your nutrition knowledge, those all things determine this utilization dimension of food security. Okay, then what is here? This dotted line, that is a stability. So as I mentioned before, that is the fourth, last dimension of food security. That means this availability, access, and utilization should be stable across time. Okay, what is here? Okay, barriers and promoters of food security, maybe climate, policy, yes, policy decisions, especially in developing countries, some ad hoc policies, overnight policies, infrastructure, social programs, household resources, and household composition, social dynamics, knowledge, beliefs, sanitation, life stage, physical activity, disease status, they all affect these all dimensions of food security. Okay, so we can say for food security, objectives to be realized, all four dimensions must be fulfilled simultaneously. Okay. Now, we know what is food security and the four dimensions of food security. And food security is a multidimensional concept because it has four dimensions. And also we can see at food security at different levels, ranging from the international to individual. Okay, we can see the global food security status and also national food security or country level food security status, and household food security status, and individual. That is why a concept that takes place at different levels, ranging from the international to individual, like you and me. Okay. Then let's see what are the determinants or what factors associated with different dimensions of food security. Okay, these are called determinants of food security. Let's start from availability again. This is the supply side of food security and determined by production. Yes, production. Import capability, I would say both import and export, finally the net trade and stock availability, and also some food aid program. Okay, then access. Even though food available in the market, you should be able to purchase food. So your purchasing power, income, and also transport, infrastructure, those affect food access or the access dimension of food security. Then utilization. Okay, now you have food. You should know how to cook properly. Okay, your nutritional knowledge, and you should have water and enough sanitation facilities. And also your body should be healthy enough to absorb nutrients which are available in food. Suppose you are suffering from a severe health condition, even though your food intake is good, your body is poor to absorb nutrients which are in food. So utilization, what factors affect utilization? Safety, hygiene, storage, processing, all affect utilization. Then the stability. As I mentioned you before, these three dimensions should be stable across time, but some economic shocks can be there, food price hikes, political shocks, weather problems, or natural hazards. Those can affect a stability of food security. Okay. Now, let's see global state of food security. Okay, you can see here, global state of food security in 2020. Dark green, best performing countries. Who are the best performing countries? You can see Yes, Finland and Ireland, they are best performing countries. And these are some good performance countries who are performing well. Okay, Australia and yes, North America, South America, yes, European countries, they are good performing countries. And this one, yellow color, moderate performance. Look at Sri Lanka, yes, Karavina, yes, we are performing moderately and need improvement. Orange color, some African countries. Okay, this is a picture of global state of food security. And let's see some numbers or the statistics about food security around the world. In 2019, 21.3% children under 5 went suffering from stunting. 47 million children under 5 were wasted, of which 14.3 million were severely wasted. Those are the issues. Okay, there are now 38.3 million overweight children globally. And 46% of children in Southeast Asia and 33% of children in the Pacific also suffer from micronutrition deficiencies. Okay. So more than 800 billion people worldwide are chronically hungry and 2 billion micronutrition deficient, according to Food and Agriculture Organization FAO report in 2019. Okay, many countries are facing the double burden of hunger and undernutrition alongside overweight and obesity. Double burden, one side hunger and undernutrition, other side is overweight and obesity. So with 1 in 3 people across the globe, look at that figure, 1 in 3 people across the globe currently suffering from some form of malnutrition. That's not a good condition. Okay. Let's see what has happened in 2020 recent data and also after the pandemic. Nearly 1/10 of the world population, up to 811 million people, went hungry in 2020. Maybe because of the pandemic. After remaining virtually unchanged for 5 years, world hunger increased last year. Okay. So this is global hunger index. Okay. Again, you can see this alarming countries and serious countries. Again, African, some of the African countries, alarming level. Okay. And serious. Look at here, global hunger index. And moderate, Sri Lanka, we are in moderate level. And these are green color countries, hunger index is low. Okay, performing well. And how about this white color? They haven't been included in the map. You can see North American and countries and Australia and also Europe, they don't have hunger issues. Okay, in overall. And see what has happened to undernourishment over the years, starting from 2005 to 2020, what has happened? Prevalence of undernourishment. What is undernourishment? Suppose you are unable to take, okay, minimum dietary requirement, daily minimum dietary requirement over a more than 1 year period, then you will be undernourished. Okay. Then prevalence of undernourishment percentage. Okay. You can see how it has been moving from 2005 to 2020. And you can see now it's going up because of the pandemic. Okay. Let's see some statistics about Sri Lanka. Global Hunger Index score trend for Sri Lanka. I think we are performing a bit better compared to 2000. You can see it's going down. That's the good news. And here, Sustainable Development Goals Index. Let's look at here. According to the recently published Sustainable Development Report in 2021, Sri Lanka has a Sustainable Development Goal Index rank of 87th. Okay, out of 165, 87 with Sustainable Development Goal Index score of 68.1. Okay, We know second sustainable development goal is zero hunger. World community is trying to achieve this sustainable development goal by 2030. Let's see the Sri Lanka condition in Sri Lanka, prevalence of undernourishment 7.6 in 2018. Okay. And according to the Demographic and Health Survey in 2016, prevalence of stunting in children under 5 years of age as a percentage, 17.3. Prevalence of wasting, again children, 15.1. So we cannot say we are performing well. Still, we have food insecurity issues around the world as well as in Sri Lanka. Okay, then you can see how this proportions of undernourished people has been changing over the years, starting from 2000 to 2020, Sri Lanka. We are doing a bit better, but still we have food insecurity issues. So those figures give clear evidence for that. Okay. Then what are the food security challenges? There will be 9 billion human beings to feed in 2050. 9 billion human beings to feed in 2050. The expanding global population is getting wealthier and richer people tend to eat more. Richer people tend to eat more and demand food that is resource intensive. That is the problem. They demand for food. They demand food that is resource intensive, such as meat and dairy, high protein. Okay. This population growth is expected to occur mostly in lower income countries. Okay, low income and less developed countries, which traditionally face more significant food security issues compared to developed countries. That is the problem. World population is growing, and also it happens mostly in less developed countries and low income countries. They already have food security issues. Okay, so finally we can say a growing population means more mouths to feed. So we have to double production to feed the world in 2050. We have to double the production. Okay. So however, there is no new land, even though we double production to feed doubling population, but the problem is resources are shrinking. So there is no new land for agriculture. With increase in competition from urbanization, you know, the world will be 70% urbanized by 2050. And sea level rise, reducing land availability. Agriculture uses 70% of all fresh water, produces around a third of all greenhouse gas emissions. This is so serious. And contributes to biodiversity loss and soil degradation. Around 69% of agricultural land is degraded. Okay. So if food demand continues to grow as projected, okay, by 2050, we would need 120% more water, 42% more cropland, and lose 40% more forest, and produce 77% more greenhouse gas emissions. Okay. We will need to use every technology available. So what is the solution for this? How do we overcome this food security challenge? So we will need to use every technology available alongside best practice farming to sustainably increase production. But this has to be accompanied by changes to food demand, not only production side, food demand side, including measures on both consumption, and we have to think about food waste too. This implies sustainable intensification of agriculture, sustainable intensification. I think from the morning, all the speakers, they were talking about these matters. On the land that is available, produce more without expanding the agricultural area. Produce more without expanding the agricultural area. Okay, let's see. What is the role of science, technology, and innovation in ensuring food security, especially overcoming food security challenges? Okay. Science, technology, and innovation can play a critical role in ensuring food security. Let's start from the first dimension, food availability, that addresses the supply side of food security. So determines by production, import, export, and stock availability. So production is a big matter here in food availability. So how do we increase production? Challenge here is the improving crop productivity. So what are the solutions given by science, technology, and innovations? Tissue culture and micropropagation, marker assistant breeding, advanced genetic engineering, low-cost diagnostic toolkit for extension workers. Of course, I'm not that familiar with these fine details of technological solutions since I'm an economist, but I'm pretty sure other speakers, they are much familiar with those things, technological approaches, okay? So food availability, another challenge, improving livestock, not only crop, okay? These are some examples: high nutrition, low cost animal fodder, liquid nitrogen, and low cost alternatives for animal semen preservation, low cost diagnostic toolkits for livestock veterinarians, and tissue engineering, okay? Those are some solutions given by science and technology. But again, we have to think about the environmental aspects and also the sustainability. Okay. So another challenge when it comes to food availability, when we increase food production, lack of water availability. What is the role of science and technology and innovations here? Water storage technologies, micro irrigation technologies, water lifting, fungal seed and plant treatment for water related stress, irrigation, scheduling systems, and decision support system, okay, decision support system, planting technology for increased water efficiency. And if you want, water pads, rainwater harvesting mechanisms, okay, water desalination technologies, wastewater reuse, conservation agriculture, and portable sensors for groundwater detection, some technological solutions for these water problems. Okay, then another challenge, need for precise integration, scheduling of inputs for increased yield. Then what technologies and science can do? Imaging and associated analytics, drones, Internet of Things, and big data, we know data science, and farm management, software and applications. Okay, from some of supports from ICT side too. Okay, then another challenge, farming in urban environment. Okay, urban environment farming, indoor farming, vertical farming, aquaponics, low-cost greenhouses. Okay, vertical farming, I would give you a good example. In the German capital, rather than purchasing the pre-packed salads and greens, customers can pick their food directly from the shelves. In fact, slashing supply chains down to zero, that is very important. Customer can pick their food directly from the shelves, slashing supply chains down to zero. Okay, that's a very good approach, vertical farming. And urban gardening projects, one example, just one example, okay? Developed by IKEA's Innovation Labs. Grow Room is just one example of an urban gardening hub, a place for communities to set up inner city gardens and grow their own food. So when it comes to urban gardening projects, growing your own food or taking part in a community garden project means shorten supply chains, reduce transport costs, less carbon dioxide emissions, and more autonomy and self-sufficiency, and also sense of community. Some advantages of urban gardening projects. Okay. And another challenge when it comes to food availability, increase in food production. Okay, biotic and abiotic stresses. These are the examples: disease or pest-resistant crops, rust-resistant wheat varieties, and pesticide, herbicide, tilling machines, salt-tolerance crops, climate resistant crops. I'm not going to talk much about those things because previous two speakers, they give very informative delivery about these things. Okay. Then our second dimensions of food security, that is food access. Even though food available in the market, you should be able to purchase food. Affordability, food access. When it comes to food access, one of the challenges is post-harvest loss. Okay, so what can we do here to reduce the post-harvest loss? Food preservation technologies, thermal battery-powered milk chillers, nanotechnology, those are some examples. Improved genetic varieties, seed and grain, drying, aeration, and storage technology. Okay, and some innovative packaging, biowax coating, rice parboiling technology, efficient processing technology for pulses, rice drying technology, cold stores. Okay, and the third dimension, utilization and use. So food is available in the market and you purchase food now. Food should be utilized. You should know how to cook properly and you should allocate food to everyone in the household equally. And also your body should be healthy enough to absorb nutrients which are in food. So that is utilization. What is the challenge? Lack of nutritious food. Here, utilization, under utilization, we talk about not only quantity, food quantity, quality, diversity of food. Okay, lack of nutritious food, a specialist staple crops. What technology can do? Okay, high nutrition staple crops, vitamin A rich cassava, maize, orange flesh, sweet potatoes, iron and zinc fortified rice, beans, wheat, and pearl millet, quality protein maize. Okay, another one, finding alternative protein sources. One initiative in Guatemala turning bugs into nutritious flour and baking it into bread and cookies. Okay. One alternative protein source. So this is a good example, just good example. Cheaper and more accessible, of course, much less environmentally damaging than other animal proteins. Okay. So another challenge in food utilization dimension, lack of information on healthy diets, your nutrition knowledge, that matters a lot. So dissemination of nutrition information. We can use ICT to disseminate nutrition information. For example, health mobile applications. Okay. And also final dimensions. So all about 3 dimensions, availability, access, and utilization should be stable across the time. That is stability. So what is the challenge here? Inability to predict when and how to farm. One of the challenges here. Okay. What are the solutions? Weather forecasting technologies, infrared sensors for detecting crop stress. Okay. Those are some solutions to address the issues with food stability dimension. Okay, another challenge in food stability, lack of financial mechanisms to ensure income. Any shocks to economy or the income of households or farmers can affect food stability dimension. Finally, ultimately food security, overall food security. So what sort of solutions can be given by the science and technology? Index-based insurance for both crops and livestock. Okay, so finally, as an economist, what can I say? The technology required to be food secure in country specific. Definitely, it is country specific. It depends on physical environment, infrastructure, climate, culture, literacy, economic conditions, and governance. I would say governance, because I think this is the problem with developing countries. Even though science, technology, and innovations could give nice solutions to food security problems, okay, but governance and policies, national policies of the country, also very important. Above and beyond agricultural production, food security integrates the issues of trade, yes, not only food production, okay, issues of trade, market, nutrition, diets, and even cultural practices. So this means that it can be the object of multiple approaches and interpretation by numerous disciplines. When it comes to food security, only agriculturalists or agriculture scientists, they cannot singly do this or approach this food security, cannot ensure food security. This is a kind of multi-sectoral approach. So from plant breeding to the social sciences, from agronomics to the economics or nutrition. So this is very important. As I mentioned before, even the science, technology, and innovation can play a huge role in ensuring food security around the globe. Especially the problem is with developing and low-income countries because physical environment, infrastructure, climate, culture, literacy, economic condition, and governance, and also trade policies, price policies, and investment on research and new research. Okay, those all affect food security. Okay, that's about my talk on food security and how science, technology, and innovation can help in ensuring food security. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, ISB, okay, for the opportunity, and thanks for listening, dear participants.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sashika, for your fascinating presentation. And you have explained the problem of food security in different countries and the issues related to the food security, and also how the food security could be confronted by using science and technology. And definitely this is the main problem missing in the countries like Sri Lanka. The integration of science and technology, food security related projects. So for the project, the designing of the projects and programs, your concept and the presentation is very much useful. So now we can ask the participants if they have any questions related to Dr. Sashika's presentation. Do you have any, Mr. Luciano, you are raising your hand.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes, just a few comments on what Sashika just presented.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I would like to thank her for reminding us of the different dimensions of food security, because too often we tend to forget that there is something more than food production. We tend to think that if we produce enough food, everybody will be happy. But it is not like that, because very often the food is available and does not reach the whole of the population. And that's something that those who have the luck of traveling different countries can observe very easily. I think what Dr. Sashika gave is a good overview of the technological tools, of the technological means that can help increase the production of food. But in my opinion, there is also a need. Increasing food production should not be our objective. I think much attention should be given also to not wasting food. I will tell you about a personal experience of mine. I was working for over 3 years in an African country, working for a private company, producing huge amounts of vegetables and flowers to be exported to Europe. And I can tell you that, well, I don't have precise figures, but I can tell you that a large portion, a significant portion of that production was thrown away simply for very, very small cosmetic problems. Or, for example, there was one crop which was runner bean that was packed by machines. So all the beans that would not be taken easily by the machine for packing, because either they were too long or they were slightly incurvated, were thrown away. They were perfectly good beans, but they were thrown away because the machine could not process them perfectly. And my personal estimation was that maybe 20% of those beans were thrown away. And if we took flowers, probably the percentage was even higher, because some roses had small specks on one leaf, and the market would not accept it, or it would degrade it down to class 2 or class 3 product, and the price was not worth exporting it. So I think it's good to think about how to increase the production, but I think there is also a need to change a bit the markets. The markets, in my opinion, particularly in Europe, obviously not in developing countries, but in Europe, in the United States, the markets are too demanding. And we produce a lot of good stuff and then is thrown away because people here are spoiled and don't eat an apple if it has a small stain that can be easily removed with a knife. And one last comment is that technology is certainly useful, but unfortunately, in developing countries, technology can be very expensive, and very often smallholders do not have access to the new technology because, for example, it is quite a common problem to see that smallholders don't have access to microcredit, as was correctly mentioned by Shashika. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Luciano. I completely agree with your points. One is food waste. You talk about your experience related to African countries too. During my presentation, I showed you all that how African countries, they are in alarming condition when it comes to global hunger index. So as you mentioned, yes, not only the food production, our focus should be given to the food waste also. And also you mentioned that some food items are utilized or used to produce something else, not other than food. So we should think about those matters. And also I totally agree with your point. Even though we talk much about technology and innovation and what science can do to ensure food security, the problem is with the developing countries, technology is very expensive, and the good governance and the government policies, ad hoc policies, those really matters when it comes to food security. Thank you, Dr. Luciano.
Thank you, Shashika, and thank you, Mr. Luciano. And I also want to just share my opinion, and I totally agree with Shashika and Mr. Luciano for the different ways of looking
Mr.
at.
Madhavan, can I interrupt you? Because I think you are the best person to comment on this. I know you have an economics background and also you are agricultural scientist. So you are a perfect fit to this. You have both kind of multi-sectoral you are.
Okay, thank you, Shashika. And actually, Mr. Luciano was my second boss. I have been trained by him in different ways of managing projects. And also, as Mr. Luciano told, there is also a big component like the food waste and the food loss is forgotten when it comes to food security. If we take last year, 2 years back, 2 years, so I think few years back, under the Switch Asia sustainable consumption and production program, there was a component for avoiding food waste, and ISB also was promoting that concept, and we have done certain awareness program and everything in certain districts. So the food waste in developing countries are also, even not only from the company, not only from the large scale level, but also when it comes to the consumers, the food waste is very high. So that is another problem. So that also has to be rectified, and that has to be, it is very complicated to address that problem, because it goes to the individual levels. So very intense awareness program, and it has to be, intensive awareness program has to be created for generation, for about 2 or 3 years or for long terms. Then only it could be achieved when it comes to the consumer level. And also about the technology, there are a lot of challenges in using certain kind of technologies at the farm gate level. But there is another problem when it comes to Sri Lankan context, according to my experience in the last few years, because when I do the value chain studies for different animals and crops in dry zones, and also in the mid-country area, in different northeast and in the central provinces, northwestern and then north central provinces also. The problem is the technology, some of the technologies like the irrigation, the micro irrigation technology. I can show you a slide now. Here you can see a farmer who is irrigating manually. It is related to water, but the crop is chili. Of course, chili is not a major crop. It is just a condiment, a spice, but it applies to all the other crops. Here his field is like this. But you can see on the left, right-hand side, there is a big extent of land is just left without cultivating, because it comes to the technology and the technology transfer. So the farmers in northern east, also in the country area now in Sri Lanka, when it comes to the irrigation related technology, micro irrigation, the awareness, they are not that much of aware and concerned about buying these technologies. So here the farmer is only cultivating about 1,000 plants instead of 8,000 or 10,000 plants, because he can only do the irrigation manually like this. The loans are special projects promoted by the government, a kind of a matching grant basis, that is 50% grant and 50% loan. Even though the farmers are not that much of aware about these financial related information as well as the technological related matters. Here also you vary the dry zone, the water is there, the underground water is there. So these kind of problems are there when it comes to the technology transfer, especially which could be used to promote the productivity, to increase the productivity. So those kind of problems are also there. So maybe in some of the other countries, like in the African countries, some of the interior African countries are much desertified, and their economy is also not that much of comparable with other developing countries in Asia. But certain kind of things could be addressed, like promoting appropriate technologies for the water-related problems could be applied in order to achieve the food security. That is my opinion. If there are any other questions?
I agree with Sasika madam, what she mentioned in to secure the food security. According to our experience, it is very it has a very major role for good governance and the policy in Sri Lanka. There is no stern policy and governance. That is why we are facing many problems to implement the agriculture projects and something in our area. So as you said, to minimize the water wastage, there are many new technologies arrive, but even though we can't implement because of the initial cost is very high. For example, solar powered water pump system. So in our region, I am represented in the eastern region of Sri Lanka, but it is very difficult to implement the new technologies because of the initial cost for solar powered, for example. I have already told that, and after service management. So even though our extension officers as agriculture instructors and technical officers, there are so many people working, but they don't have the enough knowledge about that. So that is also one of the reason. But every day we are watching many through YouTube. There are many kinds of innovative technologies, but we can't implement here because of the that problem. But in some area, for example, in Kuchaveli, there are red onion cultivators. We started more than 10 years ago to introduce the micro irrigation system as a micro irrigation system. But they have I think more than 50% of the farmers, they have adapted. They have got that sprinkler system and drip irrigation system they are using. But as far as the solar power system, now we are very weak. We are very poor in condition because we don't have many solar power system, because in a dry zone area we have to implement that one, but initial cost is very high. And I got many information from Sasika madam from the her presentation. So multi-approach system should be applied. Otherwise, we can't see any food security system. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shwan. That is totally agreeable, because when the agriculture projects are implemented, we only focused one or two issues and we apply. And we are not conceptualizing, and we are not integrating the multi-sectorial, and as well as the multi-technological, and addressing and integrating the multi-problem. For example, I am also telling another problem related to the food security, related to the infrastructure. In one of the northern districts, the district is full of water, and the soil is very good in condition, but the farmers are not producing, because that particular area is located about 15 kilometers interior to the closest agricultural market. So there, even the farmers are having about 1 or 2 acres of land in average, but they are again producing about only 25% of the land. The problem is the road, because the road is completely ruined, not even ruined, it has not, the road is not paved. since the beginning of since the establishment of that particular village and the settlements in 1960s. So because of that, the suppliers, the input suppliers are also not going there. The buyers are also not going there. So there is not a kind of a market-driven agriculture is there. So that is also another problem. So here, a lot of problems are integrated with the food security. So thank you so much, Sashika, for presenting and conceptualizing the food security. And again, we can ask some more questions. There's about another 5 minutes for more questions from the audience.
Now, one more suggestion, we have to develop the capacity of the extension officers. Even though some farmers, the innovative farmers, they have more knowledge, they are searching a new techno innovation from UTP, as I mentioned earlier. But still our, it is very same to say that our extension officers, they don't have much knowledge about that one. So that is also one of the, weakness of the, agriculture sector.
Yes.
Rizwan, I think that's a very good point. Yes, farmers sometimes they are innovative and they want to experience or test, experiment new technologies, but how they can get this knowledge if extension officers are poor in new technologies? So who is going to help farmers? That's a very good point.